This track is literally the reason that I got into sprint boat racing. I absolutely love it. I love the layout. I love the grass, the people here. It's just it's a fun environment. It's extremely hard and challenging from a driver's perspective, no doubt. So that's why I love it. It's my favorite place to race.
There's going to be a guy standing there with a green flag. And when he drops that green flag, it's hammer time. So we go straight, like 6,000 RPM, straight down the straightaway. And we hope we make the first corner. So we're going to go left, and then we're going to go sharp left. We come out of the corner, this thing's going to wheelie just a little bit. Down the middle, then we go down 13, another left. We cut around, we come up the middle, and we got this little thing called the peanut. We're going to slide into the peanut, nail it, come out of the peanut, go back down across the track. This time we don't have to go down 13. We go all the way around by the spin-out pool. We come up around, all the way back up, down the middle, go back around again, down through the middle, into the spin-out pool. And that's at about 80 miles an hour, and don't lift on the gas. Turn the wheel, then lift.
So at Webb Slough, we invite sprint boat teams from all over the world to come and race with us. We currently have teams that come and join us from British Columbia, Canada, all over Washington, Idaho, Oregon, Montana, and Nevada. And we're looking forward to more and more sprint boat coming and racing with us at Webb Slough.
I got so excited when we got here because there were so many people here. It was so beautifully set up. So we're really looking forward to racing on this track. It's been one that's been on our radar, coming over here a couple of times from Australia. So getting the chance to operate on here this time is just going to be a lot of fun. It's a nice tight track. Anything could happen. We could beat him, we could jump out. Just as long as we don't break the boat, I am good. I cannot buy another boat.
Is out, pilot is out. Oh!
Yeah, we're good.
This is the driver's track. When we first started racing 6 years ago, everybody told us that if you wanted to run on a track that was strictly about driving and not all about horsepower, this is the one. We're running A400, so we're limited to 410 cubic inches. We're running about 650 horsepower in a 13-foot boat.
We have 2 races a summer. We have one on Father's Day weekend and one the weekend before Labor Day. What it takes to put on a race like this is great support from a great community. We have almost 200 volunteers out here working the gates, selling camping passes, setting stuff up. In general, the whole town just gets behind this and helps out and makes it happen. Couldn't do it without them. Well, the events that have built up around the race, they have a trivia night down at the Rialto Tavern on Thursday night. They've got a golf tournament at the St. John Golf and Country Club today called the Canuck Cup. We got the show and shine on Friday night down on Main Street. Packs everyone on Main Street. One of the churches runs a shuttle bus from the campground here to Main Street so they can get people back and forth from camping to downtown. Well, after we have the award ceremony, there'll be a nice fireworks display. So basically, it's turned into a whole weekend event.
Oh, I love it. I've been doing this for 12 years. I've been sponsoring Matt here at the Slough. It's been wonderful, and I'm addicted. It's a great sport. You can't find anything better. Hard to remove the smile off my face. For a month before, I'm going crazy. Ask my employees.
Yes.
Nothing's more fun.
And I love the fact that you don't have to be like a motorhead or a NASCAR fan. Our fans get into it. We have fans from the ages of 2 to 92. And everybody loves sprint boat racing, and it's so much fun to watch. It's such a fast-paced sport where we have one boat after another. It is non-stop.
Save the dates. June 20th, August 29th, 2026. Celebrating the 20th season of Webb Slough Racing in St. John, Washington. See you here at Webb Slough.
For thee.
Thank you very much, Kyle. And now, as they hand off the cordless, our Star Spangled Banner will be sung by Jim Swoboda, the co-owner of ILF Media. They're doing the live stream today. And now, our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Nice. They're out here building healthy soils with STA certified compost. They can fix your bald spots. And a big thank you to D&J Farm Supply, the proud sponsor of Webb Slough and the largest independent dealer in the Northwest of agricultural tracks. They have all, or well, maybe not all, but many of your farm needs. They can set you up, whether you're looking for mid-rollers, drive wheels, idler wheels, new, used tracks. Contact D&J Farm Supply, locally owned by Don and Amy Swanek. So we'll start off with the modifieds first. We've got a boat in the water, and you can see we've got a Jeep Club that helps put the boats in and pull the boats out. So the Jeep Club will be doing traffic down there. A reminder to you, a lot of people have pit passes, and that's great as you're down there looking at the boats and the like. If you were going to be down in the pits, number one, no smoking. Race fuel and cigarettes, for whatever reason, don't play well together. Other thing is, if you've got your kids with you, keep them in tow. Keep them close by. There is a lot of activity that's going on now that we're getting racing underway, so we just want to make sure that everybody's safe. Also, no pets down in the pit area. So we've got our first boats warming up. We will start with the modifieds. And the first boat out will be the bright yellow Guano Loco boat, driven by Sammy McKinney. She's a mommy. And navigated by her dad, Larry Steele, in Guano Loco 199. They'll be followed by boat 509, Bad Idea, Eric Petring and Karen Mesa. And the third boat out, boat 03, Full Tilt, Selden Glebe and Savannah Patton. So there's a preset order to when these boats in this particular class come out, and they all follow, if you will, that same lineup. Like I said, if one of these boats couldn't start, like let's say boat 509, they would go on a 5-minute clock. The boat that would follow them would come out in front and run, and then if they get the boat ready to go, as soon as they are, they would be the next boat out. So boat 509, or pardon me, boat 199 is backing out. They will be coming out first, and that is Sammy McKinney, the driver. She is 30, out of Post Falls, Idaho. Her dad, Larry, from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. They got a 355 Chevy powering this baby. It is Guano Loco. Okay, that first coming out and going left, rarely do we do that. Also taking that top island from that angle, rarely do that. Sammy had taken some time off because she had a baby. Back to full-time racing this year. She's going to catch a little bit of her own wake right there in that spot. And it's good. So one of the things that has changed over the years is where that electronic eye is. Okay, the time was 6:1 61.828. One of the things that changed, it used to be the electronic eye was going into that spin-out pool. And some of these boats, depending on the rotation, are coming out with a lot of forward momentum. So the drivers had asked if they could move that electronic eye back a little bit. So instead of using that small spin-out pool, if they didn't want to, they could do like Sammy just did, where they come through that electronic eye and then kind of slow down going around that island and then take the way out. So again, boat 199, they had a time of 61.828. 61.828 for boat 199. Boat 509 on the way. Full Bad Idea with Eric Petring, the driver. Karen Mesa, the navigator. He's been at it for about 10 years. This hull, one of the older hulls I was talking about. And you're going to notice that this boat's a little bit more slippery as it goes around at speed. And it's a clean run. About 55 seconds. We'll wait to hear what our timers say, as they are the official arbiters. $55.746. So a time again for 509, 55.746. That again, Bad Idea, boat 509, 55.746. In the warm-up circle, full tilt, boat 03, Selden Glebe, the driver, Savannah Patton in what's sometimes referred to as the silly seat. Selden and Savannah from Nimrod, Oregon. What a great name for a town, Nimrod. It's not just a type of person, it's also a place. So boat 03, full tilt. The official starter out there with the green flag. And they're off. So generally, the first qualifying run, most of the drivers are Annie gets an immediate DNF. They come out slow so they can kind of find their way around, and he didn't. So he gets the first DNF of the morning. And that is Selden Glebe and Savannah Patton from Nimrod. So a lot of times the first qualifier or so, the drivers will come out. They just want to make sure they've got the rotation right. So the rotation, by the way, this they have to memorize. So you look at that program, they have to memorize all that. And they get the rotation the day before the race. So they have to memorize that. They're not allowed to have it in the cockpit of the boat with them. And the way they do that, they'll go out, they'll walk the track, they'll get up on a high spot, kind of look down at it, and memorize that track, both the driver and the navigator. So they have to do all of this from memory. So boat 03 was a DNF. The newest boat, 95B, the Squirrel Cage, with Levi Lathrop, the driver, Michelle Heindel as the navigator. They're both from Clarkston, Washington. And again, the boat, 95B. This is another one of those older hull boats. And it looks like he's going to do it. And it's good. He gets the clean run. Boat 95B. Approximate time. All right, our timer says 51.679 for the Squirrel Cage out of Clarkston, Washington. They got a 360 small block Chevy powering that. They've had one third place in their career, and that was at the track in Ontario, Oregon, about 3 years ago. The reason that we say 95B is because that boat is going to be tag teamed. You're going to see it out here a little bit later with Earl Lathrop, obviously related to Levi, who is going to be driving. So that'll be out there when we have a boat that's tag teamed. They'll get the A and B designation. So we'll see it again in a little bit. In the meantime, boat 145. Poor decisions. Jason Perkins, Denise Perkins coming out. This boat may or may not be up for sale. I say that because they're still kind of on the fence about it. The boat is poor decisions, but if you're interested in getting in sprint boat racing, you might go up and make them an offer. They took third in our last race here in St. John, taking the 3 spot. So boat 145. Coming in from Cheney, Washington. Denise is Jason's wife. It's her first time in a sprint boat. So first time navigator, long time wife. good. Call it good. Call it clean. Call it restaurant quality. .185 says timing. So boat 145 with a 52.185. 52.185 for boat 145, the Poor Decisions boat that may or may not be up for sale. Go make an offer. He may say yes. The deal is he's thinking about moving into a different boat, and he's sort of on the fence. And last night he was like, well, tell him it may be up for sale. Come talk to me. So Purcell Racing, Jeff Purcell, Margaret Purcell, brother-sister team. Little family fun in boat 154 and Purcell Racing. Out of Greatview, Washington. He's a commercial sales manager. He's going to hit his wake right there. That's going to be a little bit of a problem spot as they start to get deeper into the rotation and deeper into the throttle. That, by the way, was a clean run for boat 154. .765 is the time. 54.765. June's champion in the modifieds. Get ready to come out now. Boat 69. Dennis and Samantha Hughes, father-daughter team. And Overkill. Both out of Spokane Valley. Dennis has been racing here for 19 years. Next year is the 20th anniversary of Webb Slough. So they've been here literally since the beginning. Dennis has done the modifieds. He's done the super boats. Decided he wanted to move back to the modifieds. So boat 69 on the water, Overkill. He's got a 355 Chevy slipstream hull. His very own jet unit that he built himself. Our little hair dryer from hell. And he's cooking. Now he's going to be coming back, hitting that wake. It was good. And fast. Guaranteed that'll be our fastest time today. .971. Fastest boat on the course so far today by a lot. By 8 seconds. So 44.971, boat 69, Overkill. Another great run by Dennis Hughes and his daughter Samantha, who in a couple of weeks is actually going to get married here at the Slough. So away she goes is boat 666 with Jeremy Souza and Jesse Law. They're out of Whidbey Island. He's a roofer. She's a barista. They also, this is kind of cool, they also sponsor and race for the Seattle Parrot Rescue. You've heard of dog rescues and cat rescues? They have parrot rescues. Very much a passion for Jeremy and his team. Love the burbs. So about 666, way she goes. A clean run. Unofficially, 52-10. $52105. Our time for boat 666. Boat 666, way she goes, 52.105. Coming up, 000, the Phantom boat from Castlegar, British Columbia, with the female, all-female team of Kaylin Miller and Taylor Caterberg. Kaylin spent a number of years navigating with her hubby, who's coming out in the 400 class, and decided that they had an extra hull and that she wanted to give it a go. So her first race was our June race here in St. John. She's at it again. Good. Clean for Phantom. Oh, they spell it Phantom, it's Phantom. 000. So 56.722. With boat 50, the Monkey Business Boat, Ben Toombs, Amy Hensley coming up. 000 Phantom. I keep calling it Phantom. 56.722. One of the other things that is going on, the first qualifier and generally the second, is the drivers kind of refining the lines they're going to take on the course, how they want to approach a particular corner. how they want to set themselves up for it. I mean, in some cases in the rotation, you're setting yourself up for a corner that's 3 turns down. So everybody looking for the best way to shave off a full second or even a 1/10 of a second, 100th of a second off by getting just that right line. Boat 5-0 on the water. This is Ben's first race. Although we've seen the boat, his dad drove it. Now Ben taking over. And Amy Hensley, the navigator, who's having a birthday today. Yeah, he's a first-timer. So the one, he gets a DNF'd it. One of the things you don't realize watching it from a vantage point above the track is that they're sitting, and they don't realize they have a DNF, by the way. You're just sitting a couple of feet off the water in the boat, and it can be really hard at speed, kind of getting an idea of where you want to turn. I've been in these things a couple of times, and these turns can come up really fast. And even if you're not going fast, just trying to get used to it, it takes some time. And just learning how the boats handle. You figure you get your practice time is literally racing. So they got the DNF a long time ago and didn't realize it. And that is boat 50 with the DNF. And at speed, there have been a couple of drivers that'll say, you know, when you're going at speed, you're just kind of guessing at times. So the first timer gets his first DNF. But you'll notice what's kind of fun, that island at the very top. The next boat that comes out, kind of watch how they navigate that boat. You'll see some of them that will just almost touch that island with the front of the boat as they go around it. Others try to stay more just in the center of the channel, which is kind of where what he was trying to do, and then came out wide and scraped the bank. But the approach to the sharper corners, the weirder corners like that one, kind of note these drivers and how they think they can best take and approach the different turns as they work on their lines. So Slippery Pickle boat 611 warming up on the trailer. Boat Slippery Pickle, Jess Denton and Jason Christ. Jason Christ, a longtime driver, and they're basically trying to put together a new one. The boat Juggernaut, which, if you've been out here a number of years, you've seen the Juggernaut boat. Working on issues with it. Didn't have a chance to race this season. So Slippery Pickle boat 611. That didn't sound good. Here we go. And he's coming out pretty aggressive. And good. Clean run. And a nice fast run for the Slippery Pickle. .292. 47.292. About 6:11. Good run. Solid run. Second fastest of the class. With boat 95A, the tag team boat, the Squirrel Cage. Earl the Squirrel Lathrop behind the wheel. That's kind of how the boat got its name. Earl the Squirrel, along with navigator Matt Lynch. And the run is good. It is clean. .087 for boat 95A. The Squirrel Cage. So that ends the first qualifying section for the modifieds. And we get into the A400 class. Today's race under the jurisdiction of the American Powerboat Association, the APBA, here at Webb Slough. And the first boat out, the champion in the 400 class from our June race here, boat 180, Jolly Rogers, Eric Werner, and Jennifer Farmer. Eric, the driver, he's been doing this for quite a while. 15 years. Currently an airline pilot. When he got started, he was actually a naval aviator, which is a nice way of saying a Navy fighter pilot. And he just comes out charging. Oh yeah, he's getting in the throttle. Wow. And it's good. Great run. Great way to start off the 400 class. That was a killer run by Eric Werner. .41.794, fastest run on the course so far today. Man, he was cooking. Nicely done. He's also going to be running not this boat, but another boat, we think, in the unlimited class coming up after the 400s. As boat 156, Bad Influence, with husband and wife team of Stephen and Randy Church. They make their way over from Cheshire, Oregon, which is kind of in the Eugene area on the west side of the Cascades in Oregon. They were second in the race in June behind Eric Werner. So boat 156. And immediate DNF, they know it. And they're out. Boat 156 with the fast and efficient DNF. No screwing around with their DNFs. They do it right away. So boat 21 on the water, Loco 21, with dad, Larry Steele, daughter, Sammy McKinney. She navigates this time, so she runs the modified boat. Dad runs the 400. It's a Guano Loco as well. On our sheets, it shows up as Loco 21. So Larry kind of getting his feet wet. His times will definitely tighten up as the day goes down. He's kind of taking his time, getting the rotation, figuring out the lines. And he gets it good. Boat 85 on the way after boat 21 clears the track. .857 says timing. So boat 21, 53.857. Nuckin' Futz is the name of boat 85. Brad Castle, Dakota Hembach. Boat 85. Not sure exactly why it's taken so long to get this boat launched. It looks like they're having a problem with, they were having a problem with the chain that secures the boat to the trailer. Brad Castle. They took 4th in our last race, June. And it's good. Clean run. .585. 48.585 for boat 85. Interesting coincidence. 48585. Brad Castle with Fat Buddy Jesse Miller, and we saw his navigator Kaylin Miller out in the Phantom boat 000. She jumps out of driving her own boat and hops in to Fat Buddy 09. For a long time, Jesse at one point was one of the youngest drivers out here. He was driving a boat at about the age of 16. Right now, the boat is in primer gray. He built the hull. Literally just got it welded together in the last week. And it sports the primer gray, which actually with the orange roll bar looks really cool. I vote stick with gray, but I don't have a vote. DNF. So he pulls the quick DNF, realizes it, and makes their way out. By the way, give a big hand for our safety crew out there in the center of the track. All of those folks out there are volunteers. Most of them are first responders of one type or another. They work for a fire department, a police department. They're EMTs, firefighters, law enforcement, and they volunteer their time to come out here and make sure that everybody is safe. So a big thank you to our safety crew, our island hoppers. So a DNF in boat 09 with bank shot Daryl Healy, who, to my estimation, is currently the longest-serving sprint boat racer here in the U.S. that's currently still running. Daryl out of Idaho, Caldwell to be exact. He's been sprint boat racing for 29 years. He's got a Dodge 340, what it says. Michael Ostrom, his navigator. Something's not good. So he just sort of pedals it out. Run is clean. Time unofficially 55.64. .648 is official. 55.648. Mr. Bad Wrench, Mike Hilt, Cody Musto on the way. It is boat 39. Mike Hilt is from Deer Park, Washington. Whereas Cody, the navigator, is from Clark Fork, Idaho. Mike, by the way, seasoned. He is 70. Oh. Tag. You're it. So that will be a DNF as soon as they touch it, which they have. So kind of an interesting rule. So the boat dies, and he could have made an effort to try and restart it. To continue with the rotation, we've seen that happen a number of times. As soon as it gets touched, it becomes a DNF. So as soon as they touch the boat, that's it. Oh, and ladies and gentlemen, we see our first appearance of rescue craft driven by Tugboat Timmy. Yes, Tugboat Timmy has quite the fan base. He is referred to as a safety professional. And he gives a wave to the crowd. I'm loving watching this on the live stream right now where we've got multiple angles of Tugboat Timmy's approach. And people down here even doing hand signals to Tugboat. I'm watching you. I see you up here. Yes, Tugboat Timmy, powered by Nutter Butter. So it used to be out here that you would see the safety crew waiting in the water trying to push a stalled boat out. This is faster. So why wouldn't you? Racing today at Webb Slough, brought to you by Gateway Materials and Trailers, your one-stop anything metal shop, steel, aluminum, stainless steel, CNC cutting and fabrication. They also have a full line of trailers from equipment to dump and close to goosenecks. They got you covered. Locally owned, operated in Lewiston, Idaho for well over 50 years. Greenboro is the official screen printer and embroiderer for Webb Slough. They pride themselves on custom designs. They have friendly customer service. They do in-house customized screen printing as well as embroidery with their dedicated staff of employees. Down in the historic Hilliard neighborhood of Spokane. Online, you will find them at Greenboro, GRWNBURO.com for your screen printing and embroidery projects. Racing also brought to you by Gunderson Tree Service. Mike and his crew serving the Palouse in eastern Washington. They are quality, they are professional, they are reasonable, they are bonded. You got a tree, it needs to be trimmed. You need Mike and his crew at Gunderson Tree Service. Also, a big thank you to ILF Media, our live stream broadcast today, brought to you by Live Meld and ILF Studios out of Spokane. They are an award-winning video production company, and if you need a story told in moving pictures, well, you need to contact ilfmedia.com. That's where you'll find them online. Doing a great job today, as they do every weekend at Webb Slough, with quality web streaming. Also, a big thank you to Jeff Halstad Photography. They're the official photographer out here at Webb Slough, capturing the weekend in racing. If you go over to the Souvenir shop, you'll be able to find calendars with photographs taken by Jeff. Really nice calendars, too. They're sweet. They're sweet. Okay, Beer Garden, how are you guys doing? We haven't heard from you today. Man, they already sound toasted. All right, not in the Beer Garden, how are you doing? All right. We will check in with them. By the way, if you're over in the Beer Garden, enjoy yourself with your Coors and Coors Light, and also, of course, Slough Brew that is brewed here locally. Make sure that you have a designated driver if you're going to be over there and you're going to be heading out. Make sure you've got a designated driver to get you home. Our Whitman County Sheriffs and also the Washington State Police do patrol after the races, the main highways out of town. So just make sure that you haven't had too many and get behind the wheel, because that would be a bad way to end the weekend. All right, boat 2-7 on the water. Leighton Lilly, Cody Bristlin. Normally, Leighton is drives in the unlimited class, but this race in the 400s in boat 27. And he is way aggressive. And as expected, he comes out charging hard. This is a newer Sprint Tech. That would be the hull. So definitely sticky, and that was a fast and clean run. Great lines. And he's about a second off the fastest time, it looks like, which was laid down by Eric Werner in her first run in the 400s. Unofficially, it's 42 and change. Yep, 42.420. So 42.42 for boat 27, Leighton Lilly behind the wheel. So our fastest in the class, 180, with Jolly Rogers, 41.794, followed by Boat 27, Leighton Lilly, that we just saw with a 42.420. And third fastest on the course, Nuck and Futz, with Brad Castle and Dakota Hembach, Boat 85. And now it is time for the Unlimiteds. All right, so anything goes, essentially, in the back end of the boat. Engine, any size, V8s. There was one boat, and this was a long time ago, that was actually running a V12. Electronic fuel injection, blowers, turbochargers, anything, superchargers, anything they want to put back there, essentially they can. Really, one of the, if you want to call it a limitation, about the only thing they can't do is nitro. Most of them are methanol burning, and you'll know that when we call the numbers out. If it's followed by an M, that's a methanol burner. So boat. So timing is putting a hold on things for the moment. So our first boat out, 111M, is Rob Coley and Tanner Ward in the unlimited class. Rob, known as Holy Moly Rob Coley, and sometimes as Mad Dog, is from New Zealand. Actually lives in the U.S. now. He's been driving sprint boats for about 14 years. He still goes down, races there. And he was a New Zealand 1 champion back in 2023. By the way, we have an announcement. Rob Taylor, your friends lost you, and they'll meet you at the hot dog booth. That sounds like a fun crew. So Rob, wherever you are, Rob Taylor, your friends are waiting for you at the hot dog booth. I think I've had that happen a few Saturday nights. So go over and see him at the hot dog booth. Rob Taylor. Also, we got a message a little bit earlier that I wanted to pass along, unfortunately, that Peggy Costello, longtime sprint boat crew member, particularly with the bank shot crew, boat number 12, they just recently lost their good friend Peggy Costello. And we send our condolences out not only to her family, but her friends and family that are out here today, along with the bank shot crew. Also, we want to throw out a happy birthday to Daryl Hammett and Sharon Anthony, both having birthdays at the track today. Happy birthday. Also, a happy birthday to John Jensen, who's 57, from Richard and Hank. Happy birthday. If you get hungry a little bit later on, you can head out there to the vendor row. We've got chubby hot dogs, bacon-wrapped hot dogs. What more do you need to know? It's hot dogs wrapped in bacon. This is the Community Mothers Club from St. John. Is out there with snow cones, Gatorade, water, flavored water, candy. I want to thank everybody for showing up. And their profits this weekend are going to the Shriners Children's Hospital in Spokane. And they also accept donations for our local area Honor Flight. If you're not familiar with Honor Flight, it's a national organization with local chapters, and what they do is fly our veterans all expenses paid to Washington, D.C., to go to their respective monuments. They started off in particular with, a number of years ago, just with World War II and Korean War vets. And recently they expanded that to Vietnam vets. There's still a few, believe it or not, of those World War II vets. I work with the Honor Flight over in Western Oregon, and we just had one that went back to Washington, D.C. So it is a great program. And if you can support it, they do such a fantastic job. All right, our first boat out is actually 285. We expected 111 AM was going to be the first out, but it is 285. Pure Insanity, River Rogers, Cole Keats. They have not lost a race this season. And this boat is just hooked up, dialed in, so tuned up, and so smooth. So the first of the super boats. Interested how he takes this corner nice and smooth. Now I hit that wake. Watch how smooth he goes through it. Just like nothing there, and it's good. Clean run. So about 41.3, we'll wait for the timers to chime in. $41.360 for boat 285. 41.360. All right. So boat 111 was on a 5-minute clock, and the clock has expired. So we have our first DNS did not start on the day. Also, a happy birthday today to Jeff Dawson, who is 61 years young, and his family says, "We love you. We love you, 'cause you're old." All right, boat 219, Instant Velocity. Kyle Saint-Onge and Sean DeHart making their first appearance here at Webb Slough. So he's running an LS Unlimited engine with a Stinger hull. It's good. About a 46.9. He's out of Longview, Washington. Sean DeHart's out of Toledo. Timing says 46.958. Boat 219, a 46.958. With boat 36, Bad Habit, Scott Rapp and Keith Brownsberger on the way. So boat 111, that was the first boat that was supposed to be out in this first qualifier of the unlimited class, unable to get the boat started. So when that happens and they're not able to come out at their allotted point in the grouping, they go on a 5-minute clock to get it fixed. If they're not able to get it fixed and started and on the water within that 5 minutes, they receive a DNS, which is exactly what happened. It did not start. Boat 907 coming up, or it was supposed to in a couple of boats, is the super boat driven by Eric Werner, is scratched for this particular run. So the zebra camo styled Bad Habit boat on the way. So the track clear, green flag is up, green flag is down, they are off. So it's really weird that in this particular rotation that they start off clockwise. Normally it's the other way around, counterclockwise. Rarely do they go around that part of the island from that direction. Rarely is this corner taken from that direction. Oh, DNF. He knew it as soon as he did it. Instead of taking the hard left, he took the right, and that is a DNF. Again, this rotation, they have to log it in the memory bank. They have to memorize the course. They're not allowed to have any aid within the cockpit. So in other words, they can't have a little map. They can't have the rotation written down. No GPS or anything of that nature. It's all from memory. So between the driver and the navigator, not getting it right that go around. Sometimes it depends really on the driver. A lot of times the navigator won't even give hand signals because the driver's like, I got this memorized, it's distracting, they have you waving at me. And so the navigator at that point is just watching the dials, the gauges, manning the emergency kill switch if they need to. Boat 43M, Meter Machine, Richard Murray and David Eliason on the way. Boat 43M. A loud and proud methanol burner. Okay, interesting style. Man, that boat can scoot when he gets into the throttle. Now he's going to charge it hard. Yeah. Clean run. So about a 41.7. .722 for Meter Machine, Richard Murray and David Eliason in boat 43M. So Richard, the driver, every once in a while you'll see this. He's a guy that is feathering the throttle quite a bit, where he just He lets off a little bit and then really punches it in the corner. There have been a few drivers that I can think of that do that. Late Doug Hendrickson was known for doing that in the 400 class, where they really are working the throttle to try and achieve the best time that they can. And he's one of them. So, and they put down a solid time of 41.77. So at this point, Pure Insanity about 285 with a 41.360, fastest in the class so far. We still have the bootleggers, Ron Gallagher and Travis Callahan, on the way. Bootleggers in 33M. They took a third in our June race. They will be the last out in the unlimited class, and then we will quickly roll in to the second qualifying run for the modifieds here at Webb Slough. By the way, it's going to get to be about 96 degrees here today, so keep yourself hydrated. If you didn't bring beverages with you, there's plenty to be had over in Vendor Row, or of course, in the beer garden. Oh, man, he came out wild. Almost clipped the island right at the very beginning. Ron has raced on and off for a number of years, and this boat and iteration of it seems to be like the most dialed in that he's ever had, and it is quick. Man, just skimming that inside island, and he gets it. He gets it clean. Looks like a 43 and change. We'll wait for our timers to 43.435. 43.435 for the bootleggers. Boat 907 was supposed to come out before them. They have scratched for the first qualifier. Literally 907, the Jolly Rogers boat, just got off the boat, and that would be from New Zealand. Eric raced down there and just got it back and have been frantically scrambling to put the thing together. So our fastest boat on the course so far today has been the boat 285 Pure Insanity in the unlimited class. In the 400s, we had Jolly Rogers with a 41.79, and in the modifieds, boat 69 with a 44.971. So as we get our second qualifying series started, first boat out will be 199 Guano Loco, Sammy McKinney and Dad Larry Steele. She is driving the Guano Loco 199. By the way, big thank you to the local high school football team here in St. John. They've been helping the Slough fans carry their gear to their seats this morning. And your tips and donations are going directly to the athletes for the purchase of new equipment here for the local football team. Live music, by the way, tonight. Steve Livingston and the Hammers Heads at sundown. All ages welcome for dancing. It'll be up here on the terraces, so if you're camping out, come on up and party with everybody tonight with live music. All right. sounding a wee bit rough. It's good. Five 6.906. So she shaved off about 5 seconds from her previous run, but 199, 56.960. With about 509, bad idea. Eric Petring and Karen Mesa on tap up next. They had a 55.746 in the first qualifier. L&M Truck Sales. They are a sponsor here at Webb Slough. They've been doing their thing in Spokane since 1968. They serve local area communities like this. They've sold literally hundreds of grain trucks to rural communities like St. John. Whether you need custom designed and construction quality equipment, truck mount cranes, farm trucks, water trucks, dump trucks, bucket trucks, they've got it for you at L&M Truck Sales. Eric's out of Hermiston, Oregon, known for its watermelons. He's a graphics designer, custom painter. Clean. About 57.05. .053 boat 509 if you're keeping track here or at home. Full tilt 03 on the way with Selden Glebe and Savannah Patton from Nimrod, Oregon. They are Nimrodians. The full tilters. They had an early DNF in the first run. By the way, if you're looking for a great beverage and you're a party person, the beast has been unleashed. Brewed by the legends at Monster Brewing. Same iconic flavors you love. No energy, no caffeine, but 6% alcohol. Hard enough to get the party started. Available in both of the beer gardens. They bring you racing today, as does your Northwest Ford store. Proud sponsors here at Webb Slough. Got a couple of great rigs out there. We'll talk about them a little bit later. All right, full tilt. His boat sounds like a remote-controlled airplane. Except the remote-controlled airplane is a little bit faster. Yeah, he's not pushing it. I think he just wants to get the rotation down. And he does. So he gets his clean run. And also the slowest run on the course today so far at almost 70 seconds. 69.742. So boat 03 gets its first qualifying run in clean at 69.742. Your Northwest Ford store, your Ford dealer's booth right there by the front gate. They've got the new Bronco Badlands and the F-350 Super Duty Tremor. 500 horse, 1,200 pound-feet of torque, which is great for towing your race trailer, your camper, any equipment, just about anything else you need to move. That Ford F-350 is going to do it. Whether you're looking for work or play, your local Ford dealer definitely has you covered. Also, big thank you today to Odom. They're running the beer garden with your favorite Coors beverages. Okay. The squirrel cage. 95B. He gets it done. So 48.495. So he was able to shave off about 3.2 seconds from his previous. 95B again with a 48.495. With poor decisions, Jason Perkins, Denise Perkins on the way. Denise, the wife of Jason, the driver, her first time navigating. In boat 145. All right, he's backing in. And the course is clear. good. Time is 46.207. 46.207. So he shaves off about 6 seconds from his last run with a 46.207, but 145 poor decisions. 154 on the way. Purcell Racing, brother sister team of Jeff and Margaret Purcell. Be followed by boat 69, who, of course, had the fastest time in the first qualifier in the modifieds. So Jeff has been racing for a number of years. His nephew used to tag team the boat with him as part of Purcell Racing Team. And I think he's going to wave that off. So another thing they can do is they can do a wave off, and usually that's done because your pump is clogged. So there are plants that grow underneath the water here, and sometimes they get sucked up into the grate underneath there where the water gets sucked up through the pump. And so they're allowed to wave off a run and then try to clear it. Interesting to note that the water really is about 2.5, 3 feet deep, a little bit deeper out in the start pool. So he's going back to the trailer. So no, they're okay. So it looks like, yep, he's got a clogged pump. There's 2 people. They pulled the boat out, and he's plugged. So they are going to give him another run. Normally, when you wave it off, I was trying to remember if I ever remember anybody going back up on the trailer and then clearing it and going back in, but they are allowing that to happen. He had a couple of his crew members that were down there scraping the grate underneath, and they're going to allow him to put back in and run again after the wave off. Normally, with a clogged pump, what they'll do is they'll get to a deeper spot and they'll just rev the engine, let it die, rev it, and then usually it sucks the gunk through. This time, put it up on the trailer and cleared it, but he is going to get another go at it in boat 154. It's good. So about 49. Going by the little electronic scoreboard over there. 49.276. Generally, we don't go with the time until the timers actually call it, because sometimes there can be a discrepancy with the electronic eye. So always just kind of like, yeah, that's what it looks like it is, and then wait for the call from the timing booth. So the way the rules read, yes, indeed, you can call it off, wave it off, put it on the trailer, go on a 5-minute clock as they try to clear it, and then get it back in. So that is part of the official rules, which he availed himself of and managed to get a pretty decent run. He cut off about 5.5 seconds from his previous, picking up some time. Overkill, about 69. Dennis has won here at St. John numerous times in the modified and also in the superboat class. And he decided this year he wanted to go back to the modifieds. So he did, after winning here last year. All right. He's up and going. And a DNF, rare DNF for Dennis Hughes. It happens to the best of them, and he picks up the DNF. Happy 56th birthday going to Wookie, whoever that is. Wookie. So a DNF for boat 69. With boat 666, way she goes on the way. Jeremy Souza, Jesse Law. Out West Wines and Ciders, family owned and operated with craft wines and ciders. They're right down there in Spokane's Kendall Yards district with a tasting room Wednesday to Sunday year round that's open. They have partnered with Webb Slough to craft a couple of official Webb Slough wines. There's Six Island Chardonnay and Rip Roar Red. And they're doing glass pours of both of those in the beer gardens today. So Jeremy threw down a 52.105 in the first qualifier. And you're seeing most of the boats out there starting to shave quite a bit of time off. We'll see if Jeremy continues that. Clean run. So about 50 seconds. 50 seconds and a skosh. $50,144. 50.144 on boat 666. You can help support the drivers out here lot of them down in the vendor area have set up, selling their gear. Guano Locos down there. Overkill. Monkey Business, Preventing Insanity, the Pure Insanity Race Team, Slippery Pickle, all have gear down there. T-shirts, hoodies, onesies, hats, koozies. Also down there, Ruck for the Fallen. Eva's 3D toy printing. Northwest Vixens, they're here with their latest off-road Vixen and off-road gear. They love being a part of the Webb Slough action out here. And of course, you can visit the Webb Slough Souvenir store where you first came in when you got to the track yesterday, if you came that way. They've got all sorts of stuff, t-shirts, tanks, hoodies, hooded shirts, mugs, Slough Brew, fresh roasted coffee, ice if you need it, down in the Souvenir shop. Phantom. Ladies bringing it out. Kaylin Miller and Taylor Caterberg. And the Phantom 000 Craft. So Kaylin, the driver out of Castlegar, British Columbia. Taylor from Langley, British Columbia. It's her first year. And they got it done. About 56, pretty close to the same time they had last time. So yeah, they had a 56.784 this go, 56.784. Last run was a 56.729. So pretty much in the ballpark with boat 50 on the way. And we just found out that boat 12 in the 400 class, bank shot with Daryl Healy and Michael Ostrom, is scratched for the rest of the day. That is the bank shot boat, boat 12 in the A400s, scratched for the day. Just finding that, unfortunately. This is boat 50, Monkey Business, Ben Toombs, Amy Hensley. DNF in their first go. Ben, this is his very first race. His dad built the boat and used to race it. Now Ben is doing the duties. And it's clean. So he gets his very first clean run ever. So congratulations to Ben. Okay, it's still clean. So 67.735. So if you're going to bank it, it's always best after you get your run in, which he did. Coming around slow, grab the island, and they'll push him back in. Hopefully he'll get it started. So as a weight consideration, a lot of these boats have little teeny batteries in them. And a lot of times they get maybe, you know, just a few cranks out of it, and then it's dead. And you'll see a lot of these boats, they'll pull them out, and they get back to the pit, and they'll put the battery back on a charger because they are small. So, yeah, he was able to get it started. So he comes out on his own power. Congratulations, Ben. Safety crew over there to help. And he'll bring it, put it back on the trailer. With the slippery pickle on the way, boat 611, Jesse Dent, Jason Christ. If you're looking for something to eat or need a beverage, you can drop by our vendor row. Mad Fire Kitchen is out there with their food booth. They've got breakfast items for lunch, pulled pork sandwiches, their signature chicken, Audubon rice bowls, burritos. They'll also be doing breakfast tomorrow morning in Vendor Row starting at 8 a.m. if you want to grab a bite to eat and not cook it yourself. Waffle Wagon and Kettle is over there with ice cream and kettle corn, supporting some of our local schools. All right, Slippery Pickle. The pickle is in the pool. I love watching him run because he's just aggressive. Literally from start to finish. And the hook back, nice. And good. Nice run for him. Shaving off. Shaving off a good 2.2 seconds from his first run. So he pulls in the 45.081 in boat 611, 45.081. And that's the second fastest run in the modified class so far today. Fastest again was in the first qualifier with Overkill, boat 69, Dennis Hughes. And he's nipping at the heels of Dennis Hughes. And 95A, the Squirrel Cage, Earl Lathrop, Earl the Squirrel behind the wheel, along with Matt Lynch. He had a 51.09 in the first qualifier. So, we'll see if he continues the trend and gets some time off. He's fired up, doing the fist pumping down there in the pool. And he makes the charge for home. Good. Clean run. Time is 52.539. 52.539 for boat 95A, the squirrel cage. 52.539, which will get us into our A400s. So, our fastest time in the second qualifier in the modifieds. We just saw a couple just 2 boats ago, with a slippery pickle at a 45.081 in the second qualifier. Right on their heels, Poor Decisions, 145 with a 46.207. Boat 180 on the water in the A400 class. That is Jolly Rogers, 41.794. He was the fastest in the class in that first qualifier, winning the 400 class in June here at Webb Slough. He has great lines right there in that stretch. You can go through there straight if you're willing to scrape the boat, which he is willing to. Now the hook back, nicely done. That was a great run. Clean, clean. And if that time of 40 holds, that's the fastest run today. 40. That is the fastest run on the course so far today with a 40.685. Eric Werner burning it up. He too has won in a number of different classes. He's raced in all 3 of them. Modifieds, superboats, or unlimited class, and in the A400s. And he's been good in all of them. He's one of the drivers that some of the others watch because they look at the line that he takes through the course, because he always is able to come up with the most efficient lines. And he's a good enough driver that he's willing to take those chances where if he can get a straight stretch, he's willing to scrape a bank or 2 to get it. With 1.56, Bad Influence, Stephen Church, Randy Church on the way. First run was a DNF. Little wild on the corner, gets the cavitation. Drains off time when that happens. Little more cavitation. Still is going to be a fairly good run for him as he charges for home, and it is good. It is clean. .573, 44.573, and the Bad Influence boat. That particular boat has gone through a number of different incarnations. Ron DeMoe was the first to race it. Stephen was his navigator. Bad Influence team had been around for quite a while. Ron decided it was time to hang it up, and the team taken over by Stephen Church with his wife as navigator in the Bad Influence 156 boat. Another one of those that have gone down under to race in the series in New Zealand and Australia. Guano Loco 21. Dad Larry Steele, daughter Sammy McKinney, formerly Steele, in the silly seat. First time that Larry ever placed was here in the last race in June, taking a third place. Looking to podium again. Definitely more aggressive than his first go. Oh, and the DNF. I think he made a decision there. He came in tight on that corner. Normally when they come around that island where they're going to do like a 360, they come out a little bit wider, and he pulled it in tight, and I think realized that if he was going to try to make that corner, it was going to be bad. So rather than do that, just decided, nah, I'm going to call it quits. So picks up the DNF in the process. And we'll move on to boat 85. So boat 21 picks the DNF, did not finish. With Nuck and Futz, Brad Castle, Dakota Hembach, an 85 on the trailer and warming up. If you're looking for a good grilled cheese sandwich, GT Gourmet Grilled Cheese is down there. Got your favorite grilled cheese all over again. Have the Beans Mobile Espresso with your lattes, mochas, Americanas, cold brews ready for you. Island-style food truck with Filipino pork, beef, noodles, rice, Asian cucumber salad, all sorts of good stuff. Nordic Smoke, if you want the barbecued magic meats, they got them. And Rise and Shine Mobile Cafe with burritos and pizza and Philly cheesesteaks. All right. Nuck and Futz. So he cuts his corners way wide. Every clean run, every boat handles different. Every driver is different. And he hits those sharp corners as wide as he possibly can. And in the process, he picks up a 47.973 in boat 85. So he shaves some time off from his previous with a 48.5. 47.973 boat 85. Boat 09, the new hole, the new boat. Jesse Miller and wife Kaylin. Kind of one of the fun things about sprint boat racing is a lot of the racers are, I call them barn engineers or garage engineers, where they do kind of the work themselves, manufacture their own hulls, do a lot of their own engine work, kind of put their plans into gear. Jesse put this hull together himself. Still has the primer gray on it, which I think looks really cool. decent run going here. Judging by a couple of things, it's clean. I think he's probably got a little bit more tuning that needs to go here. And when I say tune the boat, a lot of times, you know, you get a boat, it 45.644 for boat 09. When I say tune the boat, all sorts of different things that they'll do to get the boat properly balanced so it hooks up real tight. Sometimes that's move the engine forward an inch or move it back, adjust the seat placement. There's all sorts of different things that they can do to try and get the best performance out of that boat beyond just engine work, angle of attack for the pump, changing kind of the azimuth on it. And there are all sorts of different little things they'll do. And there's a couple of things there, the way that it was hooking up, that is kind of looked almost like a balance issue. So it's new, and it takes a while. Mr. Bad Wrench, boat 39. Had a DNF in his first go. Looking to put down his first qualifying time. Mike Hilt, the driver. Cody Musto, navigator. And it dies. And, well, he got a twofer. He clipped the island and made it to the second. So he picks up the DNF. Kind of the same problem he had last time. Engine dying. A lot of times that is generally a short somewhere in the wiring. I didn't notice what kind of turn that he was going into on that one as compared to the last one. Sometimes they'll have these just goofy little gremlin shorts where every time they hit a hard right corner, the engine cuts out, or a left corner. And he's definitely got a gremlin. And the thing that can be really irritating about something like that, it's like a $2 part that'll cause them problems all day long. Loose wire, an ignition switch, faulty kill switch, any of that stuff. So the question is, are they going to push him out? Doesn't look like, oh, Tugboat Timmy. Oh, tow denial. Apparently is going to try it. All right. They got a water drink. A water break. A quick chug of clear refreshment. So you're going to see something that is really rare right now, and that is a boat leaving the track through the start channel. Rarely does that ever happen. And if a driver were actually to do that under power, that would be one of those situations where you get a disqualification just because of the danger of it coming off the course into the start channel. So if the boat was under power, that would have been a DQ. But because the boat was dead, trying to get it out there in the most efficient way possible, race controller can allow that, which they did. Are you guys just going to let him drift into the trailer? Let him drift? And Tugboat Timmy becomes Pusher Timmy. And he's up on the trailer, still gets the DNF. That'll leave one left in the class, and that is Leighton Lilly, who took second in the unlimited class here in our first race in June, moving down into the 400s. Leighton's boat is kind of interesting. Leighton was a motocross rider and had a really horrific accident that left him paralyzed from the waist down. And the thing was, the guy lives to race. He loves to race and had discovered sprint boat racing. So he decided, maybe I can do that. So his controls, instead of being gas pedal, is a steering wheel paddle. And he controls the boat through hand controls and is an amazing boat racer. He's been at it, I think, for about 3 years. And the name of the boat, Preventing His Sanity, is he was going crazy not racing. He had a 42.420 in the first qualifier. See how he does in this second. Man, this boat hooks up so nice. So smooth in the sharp corners. Wow, what a run. Nice, nice. It's clean. So good. So looked like about a 42. All right, we're going to take a timing pause at this point. So they're going to take a timing pause on that. And we will wait for them to call the time. So great run by Leighton Lilly. And you can tell, you know, this is a very modern hull that he's running on. And another one of those from down under. It's a Sprint Tech. Designed by many-time champion in New Zealand and Australia, Peter Coe, who decided that he wanted to step up his game, and then everybody wanted one of his holes. So he decided, yeah, I think I could make some change here. And indeed he has. So he's got a 410 cubic inch engine in that. And it is just dialed so nicely as we wait for a time. So that's what happens when you have electronic eyes and water. Sometimes they work at odds with each other. All right, so while we're taking a short break here, one of the people we had a chance to talk to last night was Dennis Hughes. Dennis, of course, running the fastest time in the modified class so far today, with the fastest time on it. And had a chance to talk to him last night during the show and shine, talking about him going back to the modifieds and a little bit about his boat. He is one of those folks that I refer to as one of your garage engineers, building a lot of that boat himself. This is what he had to say at the show and shine. So Dennis, moving back to the modifieds didn't hurt.
No, we pulled off a win on our first race back, and it felt pretty good. But we're kind of fighting with the boat a little bit. We think it's got a little bit more left in it. Yeah. We did some work on the carb and changed the grade on the bottom, and I got a new set of impellers for it. So hopefully we can get a little bit more speed out of it.
All right. Well, it was still a great race in the modifieds last time we were here in June.
Yeah, it was a really tight race. Slippery Pickle came out after a day of attrition. He had a lot of problems and caught on fire. And but yeah, when it came down to the forecut, he came out just flying, and he caught us on that run. And so we had to go out first in the finals, which it's not a good feeling for us. But we got a good time, and he couldn't quite get it. So it was a win for us.
All right. How do you change your setup when the weather is hot like this?
Basically, we'll just change the jetting in the carb. It's just going to be it's a scorcher, and the elevation will change. So we'll probably bump up a little bit on the jets and just keep the motor safe.
Talk a little bit about the power plant in this for folks, because there's people here, they've never seen it. Talk a little bit about it.
It's a big bore, short stroke, small block Chevy. We're making at 360 cubic inches. It's got a 400 bore that's it's 30 over. So other than that, it's pretty open. We have to run a carburetor, and it's a full roller cam, roller rockers. We're right about 15-to-1 compression. It makes good power when it's running good.
You ever put it on a dyno?
We did not get a chance to dyno it yet, but next year for sure we will, and get it tuned a little bit more. You can tell things on the dyno that you can't on the track, which, adding timing, a lot of times, just a few degrees of timing, they'll like it, and sometimes they don't. So, I mean, we try not to mess with that kind of stuff during an event, but on a dyno you can really dial it in that way.
Okay, the big question, are these, when you talked about the impellers, are these your homemade impellers, or?
Yep. I made a brand new set for today, and we're gonna try them out, and hopefully we can turn them hard. We couldn't quite turn the last set very hard. We were down on RPM, so it could have been the carburetor, it could have been the setup, but hopefully we'll get this thing screaming like the electric Razor again.
All right, sounds good. Just out of curiosity, how do you feel about your navigator, your daughter, getting married here in a couple of weeks?
It's going to be great. A lot of the town is coming. It's just going to be a big party that's interrupted by a wedding, so it's going to be a fun time. Matt and Amanda are great people to work with, and we're all looking forward to it.
All right, so have you taken a look at the rotation? It looks to me to be kind of fast.
It's going to be, it's a little bit tricky. There's a lot of stuff in there that we don't normally do here, so I've hit every corner both ways by now because I've been here for 19 years. But a lot of these are pretty rare to pull these corners, so I feel confident that we can do it. It's just not a natural flow that like we usually have.
All right. Well, Dennis, good luck. Are we going to see you on the podium? What do you think? Just say yes.
I sure hope so.
And that is Dennis Hughes, boat 69, the Overkill boat. Talking a little bit about this particular rotation today. Still waiting for timing, and still waiting for a time for boat 27, Late Lily and Cody Bristlin, as they work on the timing issues. We just found out that boat 39 which was just prior. Mr. Bad Wrench that had the problem skimmed the island and banked it. And the run just before boat 27 is DNF'd for the rest of the day. So a race of attrition in the 400 so far, with 2 boats in the class out for the rest of the day, boat 12 and boat 39. So they are both out for the day at this point. Boat 12 and boat 39. One of the things that we wanted to mention that is coming up, which is going to be Saturday, September 20th, it's the Fire Team Challenge. It's a 7.5K race in Deary, Idaho. They call it the Spud Hill Pike. And essentially, it's anybody, open for anybody. You're wearing a ruck, 25 pounds. Kids under 15 don't have to carry weight, but packs will be weighed on registration. And the non-weight class is exempt from awards and prizes. But basically, it's a run, a hike, intended to be fun and tough, rain, snow, or shine. It is going to be happening. And that is going to be again in Deary, Idaho on the 20th of this month. Hikers get to arrive at 8:30 a.m. And it's put on by the Veterans of Foreign Wars, a fundraiser that they're doing. This will be the second year that they have done this. All the proceeds are going to go to support the VFW Post 3913 in Kendrick, Idaho. The event itself starts at 10 a.m. The registration starts at 8:30, and it's a family-friendly event. So they say, yeah, keep your team name and themes family-friendly. So I'm thinking, I don't know, Nuck and Futz, I don't know. I don't know that works. So a lot of great stuff that's going to be going along with it, including a barbecue and prizes and the like, and a lot of fun. Another thing that is coming up, if you're looking for something to do late this month, on the 21st, Sunday, the 54th annual Deutsch Fest is happening in Odessa, Washington. So if you can't afford a trip to Munich for Oktoberfest, just head to Odessa, Washington. It all starts on Thursday, September 18th, runs through Sunday the 21st. They've got authentic local German cuisine, domestic imported beer, activities for the entire family. Friday night, they have the high school football sausage bowl. We need more of those, more sausage bowls. I'm sorry. Okay, we have a time finally for boat 27. The time is 40.253. Fastest boat on the course and in the class today on boat 27. We finally know. So Leighton Lillian preventing insanity, a 40.253. So a really tight race here now between boat 180 and boat 27. So boat 180, we have a time of 40.550, and boat 27 with a 40.253. So pretty tight times between those two boats, literally just 0.3 of a second separating those times. So a duel has now set up in the 400s between boat 180 and boat 27. All right, so in a minute here, the unlimited class is going to get underway as we continue doing a little bit of timing trial and error as they get that situation worked out. Here at Webb Slough, it kind of goes this way. There are times. Okay, so they're going to be kind of clearing the system, and they'll start again. If you're looking for a really great brew, then you need to try the Webb Slough brew with the Webb Slough brew cans. It's kind of a hazy ale, very tasty, available in the beer gardens. I want to thank Paradise Creek Brewery for putting that very special beer together for us with a lot of the grain in that beer grown right here at Webb Slough on the other side of the hill. Also, a big thank you to R&R RV. They have your ticket to adventure. New and used RVs, trailers, fifth wheels, over 70 service bays to keep you rolling. 3 locations, Liberty Lake, North Spokane, and Lewiston, Washington. So they're there to help you go make memories. Been around since 1991. St. John Telephone Company, they are spot on. They have provided the high-speed internet for Webb Slough and the ticket offices, Vendor Row, and, of course, our live stream broadcast that is going on. And, you know, you go home and you're saying, oh, God, I saw this great run or this crazy accident. You'll be able to see the entire race on YouTube in its entirety. At the end of the race, it'll be up there on YouTube where you can go through and check it out. Go ahead and just look for the Webb Slough channel on YouTube. And if you're going back to your rig for whatever reason and don't want to miss the fun, you can stream it on your phone and watch it, or on your computer back in your RV or your rig. Star Rentals also brings you the racing here at Webb Slough. When time is money and people depend on you, well, reliability means a whole lot. They have extensively trained employees, fast, responsive service, no hassle billing, and over 100 years of outstanding service. The oldest, largest, most reliable independent rental company in the entire Pacific Northwest. Also, Tough Shed, the newest partner here at Webb Slough. And they aren't just sheds, they build garages, and they build year-round on-site. They build it tough every time. Mike is down there in Vendor Row at the Tough Shed tent. He's got special race day discounts if you need them. Tough Shed Building Solutions, designed, constructed, and installed since 1981. And racing also brought to you by Wilbur Ellis, They support Webb Slough in the St. John community, premier agricultural products and services. They have a network of local experts, and they deliver innovative solutions to every grower, family-owned, 99 years of experience, and they put the customer first. They keep this area growing. All right, looks like we have a boat in the water. And this will bring us to the super boats. All right, we didn't get to see boat 111M in the first qualifier. We finally do. Holy moly, Rob Coley and Tanner Ward in Poison Ivy. It is boat 111M. Clean run. So clean run. And it looks like a 45.8 or thereabouts. .805 for the first run of the day for Poison Ivy, boat 111M. Rob Coley, Tanner Ward. With Pure Insanity, River Rogers, Cole Keats on the way. Our champion from last June. Number of other tracks throughout the area that he has raced at this year over in Port Angeles, Yakima, Lewiston, and hasn't lost a race all season. He had a 41.360 on his first go around. What will he do now? So far, the A400 class putting in the best times. See if he brings it in under 41. So fast. Yeah. It's good. Very good. And it looks like we may have our very first time under 40 seconds. And it is 39.284, fastest boat on the course. That boat hooks up so nicely. There was a couple of places where he oversteered but was quickly able to correct. At that speed, that boat just hooks up so nicely. Just absolutely, as they say, on a rail. So boat 285 with a 39.284. 39.284 boat 285 with 219 instant velocity. Kyle Saint-Onge and Sean DeHart. 46.958 in their first go. out of Longview, Washington. One of these Stinger hulls. Got an LS Unlimited powering this. And the DNF. So he makes his way out with a DNF. 219 DNF. That'll bring us to Bad Habit and boat 36. Scott Rapp, Keith Brownsberger. After 4 more boats, we'll get into the Q3 and back to the modifieds. Scott Rapp, the driver of Bad Habits out of Edmonds, Washington. He's been driving for a couple of years. And Keith Brownsberger, the navigator, Spirit Lake, Idaho. Got an LS 376 powering this baby. Sponsored by, among others, Rev Up Energy, Murder Printing, Tacoma Hydraulics, and the Flang Taco. And if all goes well, he's got it. It's clean, it's good, and he gets his first qualifying run. About 48 seconds. .850. With boat 43M chugging away. The Meaner machine is driven by Richard Murray and David Eliason as the navigator. 43M on the way. They had a 41.722 in the first qualifier. I want to thank everybody watching us, by the way, on the live stream today. Thanks for hanging with us wherever you happen to be watching from. Folks from Australia, New Zealand, like to watch the Americans race. We appreciate them joining us online. Okay, admit it, that boat just sounds mean. And he's ripping it up. Yeah. Oh. So good. Clean run. That boat breathes fire. 40.340, 40.340. Second fastest in the class today. And second fastest on the course. So a good showing for Richard Murray in the Meaner Machine. 43M with a 40.340. And it looks like we will get our first appearance of Eric Werner driving in the Unlimited class in boat 907. .907 on the water. By the way, I think I screwed up on the driver, Richard Murray, for the Meaner Machine. He's out of Wanganui, New Zealand. Dave Eliason, also from New Zealand, with a supercharged Ford in the back of that particular boat, the Meaner Machine. All right, so Eric Werner. Did not see him in the first go-around. Literally, they're just getting this boat put back together after it got off a boat and got hung up in customs, and he picked up the immediate DNF. So DNF, and I don't know that he realizes it at this point. I don't think he does. So this is a DNF. So it was a DNF a while ago. A lot of times the drivers, the navigators pick it up right away. So DNF, boat 907, boat 33M on the way. The bootleggers, Ron Gallagher and Travis Callahan. Going back to the Meaner Machine 43M that we saw out here, Ford powered. The only other Ford that we've seen race here in the U.S., Rob Cox, who ran a Ford for a number of years. I think it was boat 049. And the bootleggers. Ron Gallagher, Travis Callahan, and boat 33M rounding it out for the class in this second qualifier. It's good. We caught it clean. And our time coming up. Unofficially, 42 and change. So once 42.505. 42.505. So in the second qualifier, the fastest boat, 285 with a 39.28, followed by the Meaner Machine with a 40.340. As the modifieds begin to line up for our third qualifier. And boat 199 on the water. So reverse in these boats is done with a bucket. They call it the bucket. And it's kind of a scoop-shaped thing that drops down in front of the jet, and it forces the water towards the front of the boat, giving them essentially reverse. Sammy McKinney behind the wheel. Mama Sammy. And her dad, Larry Steele, in the silly seat, a little wide in that corner. Nick in the bank. Clean run. So she shaved a little off. Looks to be 55 or thereabouts. So we'll wait for our timer to give us the 55.459. So 55.459 for boat 509. Her fastest run today. She started off with a 61. Has shaved off good 6 seconds since the first qualifier. Eric Petring, bad idea, 509. And looks like she kind of nicked the bank there, and they're going to spin her around. She clipped it in the spin-out pool. Kind of hard to see from on the terraces because of the bales in the way. And she's going to get pushed out, it looks like. So you've probably noticed the white helicopter that is flying overhead. That's from Inland Helicopters. And they are providing rides if you want to take a ride and get a bird's eye view of the races. Rides are $60 a person, and they can take up to 3 people at a time. So we do know that they have a list over there. If you want to try to get on, you might want to kind of run over there and sign up to guarantee yourself a ride. Other thing they offer is helicopter lessons. They do flight instruction. So you can pick up a business card, schedule a demo flight from Inland Helicopters. They're based out of Feltz Field in Spokane. And our media stream today brought to you by Intelligent Life Forms Media out of Spokane. They do live stream production, promotional videos, they do it all. And they're helping bring Webb Slough here in little old St. John to the rest of the world. And a reminder to you tonight, we do have live music. We got a band that's going to be just below the VIP beer garden up here on the top terrace. Steve Livingston and the Hammerheads at sundown. It's an all-ages show. Everybody's welcome. Get your party on up here tonight. Live music at Webb Slough. Happy birthday to future Slough crew member Ava Antle today. Bad idea, boat 509. And he picks up the home run. About 56. So I don't think that he's really got anything more to give in that particular. .080 for boat 509. I think I just mentioned this. Ava Antle's birthday. She is a part of the Slough crew. Oh, and according to the Slough crew, we love her. So happy birthday, Ava. 56.808 for boat 509. Their best was back in the Q1. They had a 55.746. With full tilt and boat 03 on the way. Making the drive from Nimrod, Oregon. Selden Glebe and Savannah Patton. Selden used to work for Hummel Figurines. He was the highlight painter. Quite the artisan. All right, here we go. Full tilt. The run is clean. And he takes the long way around to slow down. Somewhat, ironically. .208. So 62.208. That's his fastest time today in boat 03. 03, 62.208. With 95B, warming up the squirrel cage, Levi Lathrop, Michelle Heindel, or Heindel. 48.95. Their best. $95B. That boat itself, at least the hull, has been around for a very long time. If you are a longtime sprint boat fan, you may remember the old Showtime boat. This was it. It's good. .5 thereabouts. .569. Boat 95B, 48.569. 145, poor decisions. Jason Perkins, Denise Perkins on the way. The boat may be up for sale. Jason Perkins, who some of the other drivers refer to as the elf on the shelf. His wife navigating for him for the first time. If you're interested, by the way, in getting into sprint boat racing, you can go up, chat with him a little bit. Depending on the offer, he might be interested in it. He's kind of on the fence right now whether he wants to build something new or keep this. And he's off. And a nice workman-like job for Jason Perkins. It's good, it's clean, and about 46. Appears to have shaved about a tenth of a second off of his previous run. 46.138. 46.138. Pretty much right in the mix there with the top three fastest boats today. In 145 with a 46.138. On the way, Purcell Racing, Jeff and Margaret Purcell. In 154, 49.276. It's a big deal putting these races on, and there are so many different volunteers here at Webb Slough doing so many different things out of the St. John community, and one of them would be the high school volleyball team. They were helping park cars this morning, and the money goes right back to the St. John and Endicott communities for the athletic department. Helps them out with jerseys and stuff. 154. Cut loose. Jeff coming out more aggressive. Ran his first 2 runs. A little bit wilder. And it's good. For 8.135, 48.135. His fastest time today by about a second and a tenth. In 154, Jeff Purcell, Margaret Purcell in the Purcell Black Racing boat, 48.153. Fastest boat so far today in the modifieds. Ready to roll. Overkill, Dennis Hughes, Samantha Hughes. Boat 69. They DNF'd in their last run. An uncharacteristic wrong turn by Dennis Hughes. His Q1 run still maintains the fastest time in the modifieds so far today. All right, 69's in the pond. Bingo, done. Looks like he was able to carve off about 0.7 of a second from his first run. 44.291. 44.291. That is the fastest boat in the modified so far today, period. Nice run by Dennis and Samantha Hughes in Overkill 69. 44.291. Boat 666, way she goes. Jeremy Sousa, Jesse Law on the way. They carved off 2 seconds off of their first run. Last go around with a 50.144. Both Jeremy and Jessica are out of Whidbey Island, Washington. It's good. .360, 51.360 for boat 666. All right, this is called Webb Slough because it is owned by Matt and Amanda Webb. And Matt is sometimes known as Tractor Boy or Lawn Boy. Well, Lawn Boy has set up a sprinkler in front of the ticket office patio if you want to go romp in the sprinkler. So if you're a little warm, you want to cool off, sprinklers have been set up in front of the ticket office patio for you to go romp around and jump in. If that sounds like fun, it's there. It's for you. All right, Kaylin Miller and Taylor Caterberg, the all-female team, on the way out. I didn't realize this until just a couple of minutes ago. Kaylin is having a birthday today. So happy birthday to Kaylin. It's clean. And it looks like she was able to get her best run. At 59 plus seconds. Takes a little bit for the timers to confer. And she does 55.581 for boat 000. 55.581. It will bring us to boat 50 with new driver Ben Toombs, Amy Hemsley. She's been a long-time navigator. The boat is monkey business. He got his first clean run ever in the Q2, second qualifier. Let's see if he's able to improve on it. By the way, if you lost a phone last night, that the homepage has a picture of a woman in a bikini. It's over in the ticket office. Don't make us go through the rest of the phone to try and figure out who you are. Just saying, if you lost a phone last night, ticket office, on that home screen, a gal in a bikini, it's there. I don't know if he looks like he's stalled out. Right there at the starting line. I like how the starter's just kind of leaning there, hand on hip, hand on the bail. Okay. So what are you going to do? He gets it started and then hangs it up on the side bank. what do you do? So I'm not sure whether he waved this off or not. If anybody, so everybody's kind of standing around trying to decide what they're going to do, because if they touch it, I think technically, now they're going to. Yeah, they're going to try to get him back in the pond, at least unhung, and they're going to try to start it again. All right, so he did wave it off, so they're going to allow him to try it again. He waved it off before he banked it, so he will try it again. So he gets back to the start pool, and he'll make another run at it. And yeah. So that just all started off wrong. Everything about that was leading to this. He came into that top island, went right over it, and then came out wide and hung it up. They talk about beginner's luck. Well, that's beginner's bad luck going on there. It's a DNF. Interestingly, other than we had the boat earlier that stalled out, that is pretty much kind of our first and only wreck of the day. I guess you could consider where the engine stalled and he banked it would be one. So both minor occurrences, which is good because it can be time consuming to knock dings out of the bottom of the boat, and can be expensive if you really wreck them bad. So all in all, an overly ugly run here in that go-around for new driver Ben Toombs in monkey business. As the Slippery Pickle, Jess Denton and Jason Christ start warming up in boat 611. So boat 50 again gets the DNF. Boat 611 on the water, Slippery Pickle. And Jess is just tearing it up. Good. .450. Not quite as good as his last run, but in the ballpark. 45.450, boat 611. So his best time, 45.081. So if we were looking right now to decide who was going to make it out of the qualifiers into the 8 cut, this is a good example. We would be basing the best time for him on that second qualifying run. So the determination is based on your fastest time and your best time amongst all the boats to determine who makes it into the 8 cut, the fastest 8 out of the class. 95A on the way. Last boat in the modifieds in the lineup. He got it done. And I think this may be his best. Looks like a 49. .744, his best run today. Went from a 51 to a 52 and now down to a 49. So he breaks the 50-second barrier in boat 95A. Earl the Squirrel Lathrop in the squirrel cage along with Matt Lynch. And that rounds out the third qualifier for the modifieds. Fastest run in that qualifier, Dennis Hughes, who laid down the fastest time in the modifieds so far today with a 44.291. And nipping at his heels is the Slippery Pickle, Jess Denton and Jason Christ in boat 611. They're about a second off of his run as we get into the 400 class with the Jolly Rogers Toyota Blue A400 class boat, 180. Eric Werner, Jennifer Farmer. Their best at 40.550 in the last go. Nice. It's good. Clean run. And another in the 42nd range. .568. Just a skosh slower than his Q2 run. 40.568 now for boat 180. And boat 156, Bad Influence, Stephen Church, Randy Church coming up. And watching us online from down Medford Way, big hello to Jen and Huck watching us on the stream today. Medford, Oregon, out there on the Rogue River. Call it good. .578. So he shaves off time and gets a good run. His best, 43.578 for boat 156. The Bad Influence boat coming in from Cheshire, Oregon. Two boats from Oregon. Eric Petring, of course, in Bad Idea, and Bad Influence, who we just saw. Eric's from Central Eastern Oregon, Hermiston area. Stephen and Randy, the husband and wife team out of Cheshire, Oregon, which is near Eugene in Western Oregon. But as they would remind you, it isn't Eugene, it's Cheshire. Quantaloco 21, Larry Steele, Sammy McKinney, boat 21. Larry's first podium stand was here at Webb Slough back in June, taking third. Clean run. Tis good. And so it was written, and so it shall be done. Poor 48.366. 48.366. Definitely his best run. Good 5.5 seconds off of his previous qualifier. He had a DNF in the second, but his first run was a 53.856. So, shaving off almost 5.5 seconds. That's good. It's positive. Some would call it knuckin' futz. Boat 85 on the way. Brad Castle and Dakota Hembach. She is clean. His best run today, 47.200. Boat 85, 47.200. With our remnant of the Fat Buddies coming up, boat number 9. Fat Buddy Racing, for those of you that have been here quite a bit, had one of the biggest teams. They were coming down from Canada and generally would bring 5, 6 boats, sometimes more, along with them, racers. Always a lot of fun to see the Fat Buddies show up from Canada, and kind of the last standing Fat Buddy is the youngest right now, which is Jesse Miller and his wife Kaylin Miller, both of them racing in the name of the Buddies. The pride of Canada. All good. All good. It's good. $44,868. All right, looks like we're going to have a brief pause again. So 44.868. So, up in the announcer booth, we have Matt Webb, who is busy. He's doing the important stuff. What did you manage to get accomplished here just shortly, just minutes ago?
I brought you the microphone.
That's true. And what was the other thing that you did before that?
Put in a super soaker hose.
There you go. If you want to get super soaked, head on down to the souvenir booth right there by the patio and run through the water. It is there for you. A little bit warm today. Make sure you keep hydrated. There's plenty of different places where you can pick up a beverage around here, like the beer garden. Beer garden, are you guys all right? Are you okay? Apparently we have a beer garden around us too. All right, folks not in the beer garden, you doing okay? Okay. It's rare that you guys are louder than the beer garden. I approve. So again, keep yourself hydrated. high today, right around 96 degrees, but you can go down there and a number of different places. The Moms Club, snow cones, all sorts of beverages down there. You want to go grab yourself an iced tea or bottled water, anything like that. All of the booths are going to have probably bottled water there for you. So if you didn't bring anything with you in your cooler or you ran out because you're chugging it, keep yourself well hydrated. Boat 39, by the way, had scratched. Boat 27, therefore, will be the last in the class now in the Q1. Preventing Insanity, Leighton Lilly and Cody Brislin. So the duel in the 400s between this boat and boat 180, the Jolly Rogers. Oh, he's just laying it down. No messing around, pounding it hard. And it is good. Clean. The question, did he manage to bring it in under 40? .452. So a 40.452. Just about 0.2 of a second exactly slower than his previous run. But still a great run in boat 27 by Leighton Lilly and Cody Brislin. And that is the end of the third qualifying run for the 400 class with the Unlimiteds getting set. So boat 111, M, methanol burner. Again, all of the numbers that are followed by an M are burning the methanol. 3 of them aren't. Part of the reason that they're marked with an M besides the methanol is it lets the safety crew know that they are methanol. You got a boat that catches on fire with normal fuel, pretty easy to see. Methanol, not as easy. So it's done as much for the protection of the safety crew as it is anybody else. I want to thank all of our local fire departments out here, by the way. So we talked about the safety crew. Pretty much all of the fire departments have volunteers out here working as safety crew members throughout the area. Endicott, Rosalia, St. John, surrounding areas, Steptoe. Boat 111 is Poison Ivy. His paint job on this is great. If you have a chance to go down in the pits, take a look at it. Great paint job, great run. And it was clean. Oh, yeah, he chewed it up. Absolutely. Holy moly, Rob Coley. Where did that come from? 41.968. 41.968. 4 seconds. Better than his previous best. Wasn't able to run in the first qualifier. Second qualifier, a 45.805, and now a 41.968. Little Kiwi power. River Rogers in Pure Insanity. Cole Keats, navigator. And really, the boat to beat. 39.284, only boat to bring it in faster than 40 seconds on the course today so far. Done. Clean. I think that was faster than his last. .063. He shaves another second off. Plus. So in the super boats, the unlimited class, that's the boat to beat. He is just shredding it. And the thing is, you know, so he's turbocharged, and they had to dial the pressure down because of the power that boat has. So it actually has a lot more in it. One of the things about this particular course that's different from a lot of them is it's shorter and in a lot of ways narrower. So it's hard for some of these unlimited class to totally open up and just give it full power because it is shorter and tighter. It makes for a real complicated driving experience for the drivers on this particular track. All right, boat 219 instant velocity. Kyle St. Onge and Sean DeHart. 219, they had a DNF in their last run. I will say this was a smoother looking run than his previous, and it's good. .44.858, his best by a good 2 seconds. 44.858. I keep wondering when these times are going to start growing again, mainly because of the heat. Usually when it's cooler, they run faster. We still haven't hit really the hot part of the day. So about 36, Bad Habit, Scott Rapp, Keith Brownsberger. So 219 again with a time of 44.858. Scott Rapp in the Bad Habit boat. 48.850. It's best he was able to scrape together after a qualifying mistake in Q1, picking up the DNF. It was clean. The bad habit. .308. 46.308 for boat 36. By the way, Jeff Hallstad Photography, Jeff's our official photographer, has donated a really nice metal print of Webb Slough. And you can win that by purchasing a raffle ticket in the Slough ticket office. They're going to draw a winner before the finals. All of the proceeds from the raffle are going to go to the St. John Volunteer Fire Department, who do a great job in this area. All volunteer force, and they do an amazing job. So you're going to head down to the ticket office and grab a couple of raffle tickets. So all right, 907 is going to be out next. It would have been boat 43M. They literally lost a belt on the line. They're on a 5-minute clock. So let's see if they have a NASCAR-style pit crew. They can do that within 5 minutes. Eric Werner then comes out at boat 907M. Having a hard day in the unlimited class. He wasn't able to start in the first qualifier and then DNF'd in the second in the super boats while having a stellar day in the 400 class. It's good. Solid run. About a 41.613. So good run. His first qualifying run in the Unlimiteds. So he gets it done with a 41.613. We'll have another shot at it in the fourth and final qualifier. Will be coming up. So boat 43M, the Meaner Machine, the Ford, waiting for a belt. And that'll bring up the Bootlegger in 33M. Boat 33M on the water. Spun it out. Okay, that was a nice spin. I mean, he looked like he got about a 480 on that. So comes out in a super boat and ends up in a fair ride. Take a little bit to get them undone. And we'll wait to see whether the Meaner Machine, the Ford, manages to make it out. They're going to try to just push him back in the water, it looks like. Question, will we need Tugboat Timmy, powered by Nutter Butters and sheer courage? Tugboat Timmy, barnacle buster. Yeah, they're slowly getting him back in. We'll see whether he's able to get it started or not. Question is how badly they could have plugged the grate as they were out there just wantonly doing cookies. Honestly, of all the spots on the course where I would have figured there would be an accident, that was one that most times we don't see much in the way of accidents in that particular stretch. So, yeah, he gets the tow. So they'll take the parade route out. Beer Garden, give it up for him over there. Wave. Show your appreciation, Beer Garden. All Sport, serving Spokane and Coeur d'Alene. They've been around since 1984. If you're looking for a street bike, like, say, an Indian, a dirt bike, like, say, the KTMs, the ATV, a UTV, a snowmobile, a Polaris, a scooter, or a personal watercraft, you're going to find all the great names: Indian, Polaris, BRP, Yamaha, Honda, KTM, all under one roof. Go on down, take a look. They have something, whether you're an experienced rider or a novice, they will hook you up. Allsportracing.com is where you can go see all the recent models and their pre-owned items that they also carry as well. Big thank you to Bartek, building healthy soils with STA certified compost. Yeah, don't get that uncertified compost. You want it certified. You want a stamp of approval on it. They can fix your bald spots. D&J Farm Supply, also a sponsor out here. In particular, they are the independent dealer in Northwest Agriculture tracks for your farm needs. Mid-rollers, drive wheels, idler wheels, new and used tracks. D&J Farm Supply, locally owned by Don and Amy Swanek. By the way, Davenport and Odessa Napa is out here. They brought their truck out and their trailer. The Wheatland Parts Group with stores in Davenport and Odessa for automotive, ag, heavy-duty truck, and hardware needs. They brought their trailer out, actually helping to provide commonly needed parts here at the slough for the racers to keep them on the track. We appreciate them coming out here for the races. And they've got fun stuff in there to look at. So go look. Also, a thank you to Gateway Materials and Trailers. They are your one-stop anything metal shop. Steel, aluminum, stainless steel, CNC cutting and fab. They've got a full line of trailers, equipment, goosenecks, whatever. They got you covered. Locally owned and operated in Lewiston, Idaho for over 50 years. Also, a thank you to ILF Media. They're doing the live stream broadcast today on YouTube, on the Webb Slough channel. I want to thank them for coming out here. They do a fantastic job at the slough. And if you are looking for streaming, you want some video production, they have won numerous awards and they are ilfmedia.com. So boat 43 will be the next boat out. So 43M apparently was able to make it on the all right, so bad news for boat 33M, the Gallagher's boat, Ron Gallagher and Travis Callahan, the bootlegger boat, after 360 in and kind of auguring the turf. We just found out that they are done, unfortunately, for the day. So 33M is out. So 43M is chugging away on the trailer. The Ford-powered boat, 43. From Wanganui, New Zealand. Richard Murray. David Eliasson, also from New Zealand. 427 cubic inch Ford supercharged power plant. God, this boat rips. Can he bring it in under 40? And it looks like, oh, clean run. He came so close. So, unofficially, about 40 seconds. .814. Still a great run for the Meaner Machine, boat 43M, Richard Murray, David Eliasson. That was a great run. And the noise. The louder it is, the greater, the better the run. It just, you know, it's a sensual, it's a thing of the senses. So we'll get the fourth and final qualifier for the modifieds coming up here in a second, with boat 199 out first, the Guano Loco boat. Boat 509 will follow that, and then boat 03. And sadly, again, boat 33M scratched for the day after that spin out at the top of the island. So they are out. Other boats that are out. Boat number 12 is done for the day. Boat number 12 in the 400 class. Also boat 39 in the 400 class. They are also scratched for the day. Everybody's still alive and standing in the modifieds, though. Where the race is kind of between three boats so far. And that would be the boat to beat 69, Overkill. And, of course, the Slippery Pickle. And also Poor Decisions. Those are the three fastest boats in the modified class. Pretty much running all day straight, as boat 199 with Sammy McKinney behind the wheel and her dad, Larry Steele, in the silly seat. Guano Loco 199. Her best was a 55.45. right, they got cooled off. That was one of those a little wide, clipped, and then lose control, and that is, yeah, that's a DNF. So they'll check to see if they're okay. Dad, Larry Steele, I think went underwater completely on that one. It just kind of went sideways through that channel. He got the mouthful of water. Be interesting to see how they handle that, because that probably scooped up a lot of water. And Sammy's out. Give her a round of applause. Is Larry out? Yeah, he's out. Hey, Larry. Give it up for Larry. He's soaked. I love it. They're both laughing right now. He's all right, they're handling it well. As they both walk back to the start pool. Both of them laughing. Yeah, Larry got a mouthful of water. He's doing a little spitting. That's right. Slough Brew, now flavored with clay. So they're towing the boat out. Hopefully they'll be able to clear everything out of that. Probably is going to require a little bit of draining, for sure. Talk about Timmy out there entertaining us by driving in circles. He's a stunt guy. Well, good to see that everybody was okay in that mishap. With boat 509 hanging out, waiting for everything to be cleared out. A big thank you to the Rosalia ambulance crew, the Colfax ambulance crew, ambulance crews from Steptoe, the Whitman County Sheriff's Office, the Washington State Patrol, St. John, and the Colfax Fire Departments, and the entire St. John community. They're all out here working to make sure everybody's safe and healthy. And again, if you have a medical issue out there on Vendor Row, you're going to see the red canopies that are set up out there. Right there at the end of Vendor Row, closest to the terraces. They are set up over there. If you need a spot to get a little treatment for wasp bites, maybe you get dehydrated, that's where you can go. So please remember, they are over there if you need them. All right, boat 509 coming out. Eric Petrie, Karen Mesa, and the boat Bad Idea. And he gets it done. .620. 55.620, the boat 509. Boat 03, full tilt. Selden Glebe, Savannah Patton. Coming in from Nimrod, Oregon. Nimrodians. I had mentioned that Selden had done highlight painting on Hummel figurines. Found out that he also specialized in the painting of Hummel clown figurines. Nothing says I appreciate you more than a painted clown. DNF. And banked it. So the safety crew once again gets to cool off a little bit. The Squirrel Cage 95B on the way after the DNF with Selden Glebe and Savannah Patton in the full tilt boat. 03. I want to thank our viewer on the live stream from Cresswell, Oregon, watching today. B. And a DNF. So definitely a rough go for the modifieds in this fourth qualifier. 3 out of 4 boats have DNF'd with 145 poor decisions with Jason Perkins and Denise Perkins. I was noticing here online some folks were asking a question we'll get to in a second. Poor decisions 145. Rolling here. Question gets asked a lot about a course record. And that is really a almost impossible question to answer because the rotations change every race. Clean run. So he gets it done about 40, looks like about 47 seconds. The course changes every race. Even the number of turns and corners will change every race. 47.121 is the time for Jason Perkins. Not his best, but good enough. The course changes every race. It's a different rotation, a different number of corners. Sometimes a little bit more, sometimes a little bit less. So when people ask, well, what is the course record here? You can't really give one. You almost have to go race by race. So, for instance, a course that has more straightaway around the outside as opposed to this where there's a lot of inside work going on, those times are going to be a lot less than what we're running out here today. So for those asking and wondering, that is your answer. All right, on the way, Purcell Racing in boat 154. Brother-sister sibling team, Purcell Racing. Oh, DNF. So he's made the wise decision rather than wrecking, just make that sharp left and try to get out of trouble, which he did. That, if he'd have kept his foot in it, would have ended up on that little teeny top island up there, the donut. And why take a chance on doing damage to your boat when you can just avoid it. On the way. Overkill. Boat 69. Our fast modified boat. And the winner of our race back in June. Dennis has been here just about every race. So next year is the 20th anniversary of Webb Slough. And Dennis has pretty much been here for all of them. Something's not right. So the DNF. All right, we're getting another scratch, and that is boat 180. All right, that's our Jolly Rogers boat in the the 400 class. So they're scratching the fourth qualifier. I mean, there's no way that they're not qualifying. They've been running first and second fastest in the class pretty much all day long, so they have made it into the 8 cut automatically, regardless of what anybody else does from this point forward. So they are scratching in the 400 class, this fourth and final qualifier. Okay, this has been kind of a rough day for our friends here in Overkill. Had an uncharacteristic DNF back in the second, and now some mechanical problem. It's requiring Tugboat Timmy to give him the slow tow out. At this point, they also have qualified for the 8 cut. Like I said, this has been a really bad fourth qualifier for a lot of boats. I mean, we're 7 boats in to the rotation, and we've only had 2 boats so far that put down a time. All others have been DNFs. So rough go here in the fourth qualifier for in the modifieds. Couple of wrecks, couple of wrong turns, just not good. Okay, boat 666. Away she goes. Jeremy Sousa, Jesse Law. Apparently they were considering changing the name of the boat to just Band. But keep away she goes. And here she goes. Clean run. Not his best, but good enough. .393. 51.393 on boat 666. Galen Miller and Taylor Caterberg. Phantom 000. Her first season racing. The boat, Phantom, by the way, was out in her garden. So her father-in-law, Phil Miller, it was his original boat going back 15 years ago or something like that. And it was a boat that he actually used to go fishing in. And it had been sitting, according to Kaylin, out in their garden. And she told her husband, Jess, I want to race that boat. So they found out the pump was still fine, and they spruced it up, and here it is. She'll be navigating for Jess, and it's her birthday. You can tell it's an older boat by the way that back end kind of just slides around. It's got the drift, and she's got the clean run. By 5.042, and that would be her best run. So out of all four of her runs, that will be the run that determines whether or not, because it was her fastest of her four qualifiers, that will be the run that determines whether she makes it into the 8 cut or not. With boat 50, Ben Toombs, the noob, first race, coming out, giving it a try next with Amy Hensley, the monkey business boat. So 5-0 on the water. So, two things could be happening there. That could either be a clogged jet or potentially the linkage to his bucket. So like I mentioned earlier, these things have a thing that's called a bucket. It actually kind of looks like the outline of somebody's butt. and it drops down in front of the jet. The water comes out, and instead of the boat going forward, it pushes the water out towards the forward, and sometimes the linkage breaks there, sometimes it gets bent, and that bucket will be partially in front of the jet. Apparently that was just a clog. It looked to me more like the bucket issue because of what it was doing, but right, you got it clean. Looks like about 71. Yep, 71.500. And our slippery pickle on the way, 611. Jesse Denton, Jason Christ. Don't forget, we have a raffle that is going on for a metal print of the Webb Slough races done by Jeff Halstead Photography. All the funds are going to go help the St. John Volunteer Fire Department. Go over there and grab a couple of raffle tickets. There'll be a drawing a little bit later on before the finals. So if you haven't picked one up yet, goes for a good thing, and that is our local fire department here in St. John. Time for the pickle. It's good. And it looks like he probably got his fastest go around on the rotation today. 44.235. It is 44.235. He is not scared to touch those islands. He's willing to scrape both ends of the boats, and he's definitely on the tighter corners, definitely putting the front of that boat right there at the tip of those islands. No fear in the way that he's driving. And also putting real good lines together. All right, Earl the Squirrel, Mr. Lathrop, 95A on the way. Boat 611 again, 44.235. And this will be the last boat out in the modifieds. And the final qualifying run. At least for the modifieds. Go Squirrel. It's clean. And it looks like he got his best. 49.638. So his best run, saving the best for last. The modified class is so much fun in a number of different ways. It's kind of the beginning class, but it's also a class where the folks that have the boats can really do a lot of different things with the motors. So the wrenchers get in there, and there's a lot of different things they can do. It's a very kind of a loosely regulated class compared to like the A400s. So they want different types of heads. They want to, as long as it's naturally aspirated, you know, carburetor, no fuel injection, they can do a lot of different things. Head angle, stroke length, a variety of things to try and get the most out of those boats. And it makes them fun. It's where the, you know, the garage engineers, the backyard boat builders really get to play. It makes the modifieds fun. A400 class now. Boat 156. Again, boat 180 scratch. So the pride of Cheshire rocking through here. And it's good. Clean run. .791. So his best would be in the third qualifier with a 43.578. 43.578. But that run was a 43.791. If you're keeping track on the back of your program. Boat 21. A 400 class boat with Larry Steele and Sammy McKinney. Guano Loco 21. Threw down a 48.366 in his third qualifier. Let's see what Larry can bring this time around after taking the dunk with daughter Sammy in the Guano Loco boat at the beginning of the modifieds. He got up close and personal with the fine, clean water here in the slough. And it's good. Clean run. And it looks like he's going to walk away with his best run on the day with 47.909. 47.909 at boat 21. So he gets the fast time with Knuckin' Futz 85 on the way. Don't forget, tomorrow, Mad Fire Kitchen is going to be putting on their special Sunday morning breakfast in Vendor Row starting at 8 a.m. Breakfast with all the good stuff. Starts at 8 a.m. If you don't feel like cooking tomorrow morning, you're going to maybe be taken off and want to grab a bite to eat without fixing it yourself, they'll do the cooking for you. So, Knuckin' Futz. 47.200 is the best they've been able to put together so far. That was in the third qualifier. Oh, good. Oh, good. Four 6.847. And he rolls into his best time. 46.847, boat 85. And in the unlimited class, we're getting another scratch for this round, and that would be 907. All right, so freshly built with that new boat smell, Jesse Miller in Fat Buddy 09. Clean. About 44.946. All right, boat 12 scratched for the rest of the day. Boat 39 scratched for the rest of the day in this class. And that brings us to the final boat in this, the fourth and final qualifier in the A400s. Preventing Insanity, Leighton Lilly, and Cody Brislett. solid day of racing going on for Leighton, moving down into the 400s out of the Superboat. Same chassis, different power plant. So about 2.7. Boy, that was clean and fast. Another great run by Leighton Lilly. .489. And that rounds up the 400 class. Definitely great racing in the 400 class today. Unfortunately, a couple of boats scratching as now we get into the Unlimiteds. On the way with boat 111M, Poison Ivy, holy moly, Rob Coley, and Tanner Ward. Scratched this round, 907, which is Jolly Rogers, 907, Eric Werner, Jennifer Farmer. They're scratching for this round. And it looks like 33M, Bootleggers, is scratched for the rest of the day. And Poison Ivy is in the pool. Touch. Congratulations to Rob Coley, the first boat to touch the fence today. Hey, you take your wins where you can get them. Lost power, no steering. Where do you go? Straight. Well, you hate to see that. Hopefully no damage done to the boat, because we still have plenty of racing to go with the 8-cut, the 4-cut, and the finals after our fourth and final qualifier. All right. Terrace side, give them a round of applause. Kind of the perp walk now. Well, one person that has been absolutely tearing it up all day long in our superboat class has been, of course, River Rogers. River has had a phenomenal season, hasn't lost a race all season, and at least at this point so far, he's got the fastest boat on the course today. And last night at our show and shine, chatted it up with Rivers about his spectacular season and about his boat. Pretty good season, huh, River?
Yeah, it's been going well so far.
Well, so far. When's the last time you actually didn't win a race?
I think it was the World Championship in New Zealand last year. Bastion Mullen got me, so.
All right, so you've won every race so far this season, except for this one. Yet to be seen. How does it feel?
No, it feels good, but you just got to stay humble and just go to the next race and follow the process with the team, and we'll get it done by the end of the day, so that's the plan.
All right. Kind of an interesting, you've got a bit of a duel with Leighton.
Yeah, me and Leighton. So Leighton's boat showed up in our trailer. His boat's in our shop. So me and Leighton are really close friends. We go to lunch every day or every other day or a couple times a week. And yeah, no, Leighton's like he's like one of my best friends and a father figure to me. So it's awesome to have him around.
And competing against him too.
Yeah, no, it's awesome racing him because he's always there he's trying to catch me to push me, but we've had a pretty good success with this new Pulse boat this year, so we've had a good leap on everybody else so far, so it's been good.
Talk a little bit about it. What makes it different from other sprint boats?
Honestly, I don't really know what's different between a Sprint Tech and this Pulse boat, but I can just tell you the boat's 10 times easier to drive. When it goes dead straight. The JRE motor, which is Pulse's brother, that in the boat and motor is just set up perfectly, and it just is so predictable into corners and down straightaways and off starts.
All right, so I've asked pretty much everybody. This is a different rotation from usual.
Well, you're gonna laugh at me. I haven't even looked at the rotation yet, so I've heard it's a little different, but yeah, no, me and Cole haven't looked at it quite yet, but we're gonna get back to the camper and study it up, and we'll have it dialed by in the morning, so should be good. I hope we'll make it work. Everybody's got to race the same track, so it's been good so far.
All right, so as far as the engine, what kind of horsepower, what are you putting out on this thing?
I think we're doing about 900 horsepower, so we're not on the top end of all the other super boats, but we got the power to weight ratio pretty figured out. We got every carbon part we can, every tie part we can, and the Pulse boat's super light and nimble.
And the whole thing is everything needs to work together and be balanced.
Yeah, no, that is one thing that JRE and then my team is really good at, getting the blades balanced, getting every rotating piece balanced perfectly so the boat doesn't do anything weird. So.
All right, so when are you going back down under again?
Oh, we don't know quite yet. I think Pulse is building us another boat. We're doing a 600-inch small block Chev. So I don't know. We might go to Australia, we might go to New Zealand, or we might just ship it home. So we don't really know our plan yet.
It's so weird hearing the words 600 cubic inch small block.
It is wild, but we honestly don't really know what's going to be better. We have a 483 small block right now, and we're building a 600 right now, but we don't really know. This 483 has been doing us good, and it's super light and nimble. The 600 is a little bit heavier, so we'll see how it goes. I think that it's got a lot more torque, though, so it should be good.
All right. Well, River, you've been tearing it up this season. Congratulations. I mean, seriously, congratulations.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and hopefully see you guys all tomorrow, and it's going to be a good day.
And so far for him, it has been a really good day. He has been running tight and fast the entire day, and still a lot more racing to go. He'll be out here in just a matter of moments in the unlimited class. We're just got the hay bale over there. Anytime that we have a situation where the boat hits the fence, creates a little bit of a weak spot. So the idea is put a bale of hay in front of that particular spot just to ensure the safety for everybody that's sitting over there on that end of the track. And it's Lawn Boy. Give it up for Lawn Boy, Matt Webb, in the tractor. Tractor Boy, the king of the John Deeres. Odom is, of course, running the beer garden over there. If you want to go over, check it out. Have yourself a Coors. They've got that. They've got the Slough Brew over there where you can suck down a brew that's actually made from grain that was grown right here on the property on the other side of the big hill. It's a hazy ale. Not too bitter, not too hoppy, but crisp and refreshing. Not that I haven't had 420 of them. And Boat 285, River Rogers. This young man with a great season. Man, like I said, this boat so hooks up. I'm thinking this could be his fastest still today, and good! What a run! Dang! Absolutely shredding it. Waiting for our timer to cue us in. We know it was 38.078. So his best, a 38.06. What a great run. He's just chewing it up. At this point, nobody in the modifieds or the unlimited class or the 400s have gotten it in at a time that good. Bring it in under 39 seconds. Nobody actually in the unlimited class have brought it in under 40. So I guess if you're laying bets at this point, you might go that direction. Boat 219, Instant Velocity. Kyle St. Ange and Sean DeHart. First race. His first year, first time at St. John. Doing the Slough. Clean. Kyle is out of Longview, Washington, and navigator Sean from Toledo, Washington. .910. He, by the way, Kyle wants to thank Tootle Motorsports Park and DeHart Landworks, along with Legacy Custom Canopies. Tootle over on the western side of the Cascades in Washington. At one point, they were trying to put a track in at that motorsports park, had dug a track out there, and they could not get that track to hold water. And we had high hopes for that track over in the western part of the state, and they could not get it to hold water. Boat 36, Bad Habit, Scott Rapp, Keith Brownsberger. .308, their best. It's good. It looks like he's getting just about everything that he can out of the boat. 46.89 is what I'm looking at here on the clock. .891 for boat 36. Boat 36 with a 46.891. I think he's pretty much got that thing pedal to the metal at this point. And as you can tell by the sound, the meaner machine, the Ford. The Ford is coming out. He was in New Zealand Group Champion back in 2014. You just gotta love the way this boat sounds. It sounds mean. And it will be the last boat out for the unlimited class, assuming he keeps it running. Well, they're pulling it out of the water. Waiting to get word. So waiting to see what. I'm going to assume this is a 5-minute clock. They pull it out of the water. 2 crew members. Okay, so this is a different story. This is where the reverse bucket won't come down. So they're trying to figure out exactly what they're going to do. Reverse bucket, mentioned it a couple of times today. It gets that boat, pulls it back off the trailer, gets them out into the middle of the start pool, and they raise the bucket, turn it around, and it goes forward. And they're currently over there staring and talking and on a 5-minute clock that is beginning to run down. And it looks like they're taking off. So we'll check with the race controller to see if they're just going to call it a day. It's hard to believe they would be able to get it back to the tent where they need to go, fix it, and bring it back, because they're not moving very fast right now. Okay, so they are scratching for this qualifier. That said, that means we're going to take a little break. We need to get these safety crew members off of here and get them out there and try to get them fed, get them some beverages, and get them hydrated. This will also give a time for our scorekeepers and our timers and the like to come up with the run order for the boats coming out. So the way that it works in the 800 class, or in all of the classes, is we look at the 8 fastest boats in each class, and it will be slowest of the fastest to fastest of the fastest in the order that they come out. So that is what they're going to be doing right now as they try to get everything arranged. As it stands right now, one of the racers that I was kind of surprised scratched in both the 400 and the Unlimited for the last run was Eric Werner, who decided to however, talking with him yesterday at the show and shine, I really understand why he did it, and he is going to explain.
main economy around here is agriculture. You know, we've got the farmers, the grain companies, the fertilizer companies, a few small businesses on Main Street, but it's all based around agriculture. When we told people we were going to put a sprint boat track in St. John, they basically thought we were crazy. They were right.
Well, in 2007, we started with a wheat field. We purchased the property to be able to do something non-agriculture in St. John, to bring outside people into our fabulous community of St. John, Washington. So we planted alfalfa, and then we caught wind of sprint boat racing. And we brought the officials out here to look at our venue, and Matt could see a track. I saw alfalfa, and Matt could see a track.
It's just developed into this haven down in the Palouse it's like it's a destination for people to come to. The grass is green, it's well manicured. There's no track in the world that is as well groomed as Webb Slough.
This track is literally the reason that I got into sprint boat racing. I absolutely love it. I love the layout. I love the grass, the people here. It's a fun environment. It's extremely hard and challenging from a driver's perspective, no doubt. So that's why I love it. It's my favorite place to race.
There's going to be a guy standing there with a green flag. And when he drops that green flag, it's hammer time. So we go straight, like 6,000 RPM, straight down a straightaway. And we hope we make the first corner. So we're going to go left, and then we're going to go sharp left. We come out of the corner, this thing's going to wheelie just a little bit. Down the middle, then we go down 13, another left. We cut around, we come up the middle, and we got this little thing called the peanut. We're going to slide into the peanut, nail it, come out of the peanut, go back down across the track. This time we don't have to go down 13. We go all the way around by the spin-out pool. We come up around, all the way back up, down the middle, go back around again, down through the middle, into the spin-out pool. And that's at about 80 miles an hour, and don't lift on the gas. Turn the wheel, then lift.
So at Webb Slough, we invite sprint boat teams from all over the world to come and race with us. We currently have teams that come and join us from British Columbia, Canada, all over Washington, Idaho, Oregon, Montana, and Nevada. And we're looking forward to more and more sprint boat coming and racing with us at Webb Slough.
I got so excited when we got here because there were so many people here. It was so beautifully set up. So we're really looking forward to racing on this track. It's been one that's been on our radar, coming over here a couple of times from Australia. So getting the chance to operate on here this time is just going to be a lot of fun. It's a nice tight track. Anything could happen. We could beat him, we could jump out. Just as long as we don't break the boat, I am good. I cannot buy another boat.
Out. Pilot is out. Oh!
Yeah, we're good.
This is the driver's track. When we first started racing 6 years ago, everybody told us that if you wanted to run on a track that was strictly about driving and not all about horsepower, this is the one. We're running A400, so we're limited to 410 cubic inches. We're running about 650 horsepower and a 13-foot boat.
We have 2 races a summer. We have one on Father's Day weekend and one the weekend before Labor Day. What it takes to put on a race like this is great support from a great community. We have almost 200 volunteers out here working the gates, selling camping passes, setting stuff up. In general, the whole town just gets behind this and helps out and makes it happen. Couldn't do it without them. Well, the events that have built up around the race, they have a trivia night down at the Rialto Tavern on Thursday night. They've got a golf tournament, the St. John Golf and Country Club today called the Canuck Cup. We got the show and shine on Friday night down on Main Street. packs everyone on Main Street. One of the churches runs a shuttle bus from the campground here to Main Street so they can get people back and forth from camping to downtown. Well, after we have the award ceremony, there'll be a nice fireworks display. So basically, it's turned into a whole weekend event.
Oh, I love it. I've been doing this for 12 years. I've been sponsoring Matt here at the slough. It's been wonderful, and I'm addicted. It's a great sport. You can't find anything better. Hard to remove the smile off my face. For a month before, I'm going crazy. Ask my employees.
Yes.
Nothing's more fun.
And I love the fact that you don't have to be like a motorhead or a NASCAR fan. Our fans get into it. We have fans from the ages of 2 to 92, and everybody loves sprint boat racing, and it's so much fun to watch. It's such a fast-paced sport where we have one boat after another. It is non-stop.
Save the dates. June 20th, August 29th, 2026. Celebrating the 20th season of Webb Slough Racing in St. John, Washington. See you here at Webb Slough.
Main economy around here is agriculture. You know, we've got the farmers, the grain companies, the fertilizer companies, a few small businesses on Main Street, but it's all based around agriculture. When we told people we were going to put a sprint boat track in St. John, they basically thought we were crazy. They were right.
Well, in 2007, we started with a wheat field. We purchased the property to be able to do something non-agriculture in St. John, to bring outside people into our fabulous community of St. John, Washington. So we planted alfalfa, and then we caught wind of sprint boat racing. And we brought the officials out here to look at our venue, and Matt could see a track. I saw alfalfa, and Matt could see a track.
It's just developed into this haven down in the Palouse it's like it's a destination for people to come to. The grass is green, it's well manicured. There's no track in the world that is as well groomed as Webb Slough.
This track is literally the reason that I got into sprint boat racing. I absolutely love it. I love the layout. I love the grass, the people here. It's just it's a fun environment. It's extremely hard and challenging from a driver's perspective, no doubt. So that's why I love it. It's my favorite place to race.
There's going to be a guy standing there with a green flag. And when he drops that green flag, it's hammer time. So we go straight, like 6,000 RPM, straight down the straightaway. And we hope we make the first corner. So we're going to go left, and then we're going to go sharp left. We come out of the corner, this thing's going to wheelie just a little bit. Down the middle, then we go down 13, another left. We cut around, we come up the middle, and we got this little thing called the peanut. We're going to slide into the peanut, nail it, come out of the peanut, go back down across the track. This time we don't have to go down 13. We go all the way around by the spin-out pool. We come up around, all the way back up, down the middle, go back around again, down through the middle, into the spin-out pool. And that's at about 80 miles an hour, and don't lift on the gas. Turn the wheel, then lift.
So at Webb Slough, we invite sprint boat teams from all over the world to come and race with us. We currently have teams that come and join us from British Columbia, Canada, all over Washington, Idaho, Oregon, Montana, and Nevada. And we're looking forward to more and more sprint boat coming and racing with us at Webb Slough.
I got so excited when we got here because there was so many people here. It was so beautifully set up. So we're really looking forward to racing on this track. It's been one that's been on our radar, coming over here a couple of times from Australia. So getting the chance to operate on here this time is just going to be a lot of fun. It's a nice tight track. Anything could happen. We could beat him, we could jump out. Just so long as we don't break the boat, I am good. I cannot buy another boat.
Out. Pilot is out. Oh!
Yeah, we're good.
This is the driver's track. When we first started racing 6 years ago, everybody told us that if you wanted to run on a track that was strictly about driving and not all about horsepower, this is the one. We're running A400, so we're limited to 410 cubic inches. We're running about 650 horsepower in a 13-foot boat.
We have 2 races a summer. We have one on Father's Day weekend and one the weekend before Labor Day. What it takes to put on a race like this is great support from a great community. We have almost 200 volunteers out here working the gates, selling camping passes, setting stuff up. In general, the whole town just gets behind this and helps out and makes it happen. Couldn't do it without them. Well, the events that have built up around the race, you know, they have a trivia night down at the Rialto Tavern on Thursday night. They've got a golf tournament, the St. John Golf and Country Club today called the Canuck Cup. We got the show and shine on Friday night down on Main Street. packs everyone on Main Street. One of the churches runs a shuttle bus from the campground here to Main Street so they can get people back and forth from camping to downtown. Well, after we have the award ceremony, there'll be a nice fireworks display. So basically, it's turned into a whole weekend event.
Oh, I love it. I've been doing this for 12 years. I've been sponsoring Matt here at the slough. It's been wonderful, and I'm addicted. Great sport. You can't find anything better. Hard to remove the smile off my face. For a month before, I'm going crazy. Ask my employees.
Yes.
Nothing's more fun.
And I love the fact that you don't have to be like a motorhead or a NASCAR fan. Our fans get into it. We have fans from the ages of 2 to 92, and everybody loves sprint boat racing, and it's so much fun to watch. It's such a fast-paced sport where we have one boat after another. It is non-stop.
Save the dates. June 20th, August 29th, 2026. Celebrating the 20th season of Webb Slough Racing in St. John, Washington. See you here at Webb Slough.
Main economy around here is agriculture. You know, we've got the farmers, the grain companies, the fertilizer companies, a few small businesses on Main Street, but it's all based around agriculture. When we told people we were going to put a sprint boat track in St. John, they basically thought we were crazy. They were right.
Well, in 2007, we started with a wheat field. We purchased the property to be able to do something non-agriculture in St. John, to bring outside people into our fabulous community of St. John, Washington. So we planted alfalfa, and then we caught wind of sprint boat racing. And we brought the officials out here to look at our venue, and Matt could see a track. I saw alfalfa, and Matt could see a track.
It's just developed into this haven down in the Palouse it's like it's a destination for people to come to. The grass is green, it's well manicured. There's no track in the world that is as well groomed as Webb Slough.
This track is literally the reason that I got into sprint boat racing. I absolutely love it. I love the layout. I love the grass, the people here. It's just it's a fun environment. It's extremely hard and challenging from a driver's perspective, no doubt. So that's why I love it. It's my favorite place to race.
There's going to be a guy standing there with a green flag. And when he drops that green flag, it's hammer time. So we go straight, like 6,000 RPM, straight down the straightaway. And we hope we make the first corner. So we're going to go left, and then we're going to go sharp left. We come out of the corner, this thing's going to wheelie just a little bit. Down the middle, then we go down 13, another left. We cut around, we come up the middle, and we got this little thing called the peanut. We're going to slide into the peanut, nail it, come out of the peanut, go back down across the track. This time we don't have to go down 13. We go all the way around by the spin-out pool. We come up around, all the way back up, down the middle, go back around again, down through the middle, into the spin-out pool. And that's at about 80 miles an hour, and don't lift on the gas. Turn the wheel, then lift.
So at Webb Slough, we invite sprint boat teams from all over the world to come and race with us. We currently have teams that come and join us from British Columbia, Canada, all over Washington, Idaho, Oregon, Montana, and Nevada. And we're looking forward to more and more sprint boats coming and racing with us at Webb Slough.
I got so excited when we got here because there were so many people here. It was so beautifully set up. So we're really looking forward to racing on this track. It's been one that's been on our radar, coming over here a couple of times from Australia. So getting the chance to operate on here this time is just going to be a lot of fun. It's a nice tight track. Anything could happen. We could beat him, we could jump out. Just so long as we don't break the boat, I am good. I cannot buy another boat.
Out. Pilot is out. Oh!
Yeah, we're good.
This is the driver's track. When we first started racing 6 years ago, everybody told us that if you wanted to run on a track that was strictly about driving and not all about horsepower, this is the one. We're running A400, so we're limited to 410 cubic inches. We're running about 650 horsepower in a 13-foot boat.
We have 2 races a summer. We have one on Father's Day weekend and one the weekend before Labor Day. What it takes to put on a race like this is great support from a great community. We have almost 200 volunteers out here working the gates, selling camping passes, setting stuff up. In general, the whole town just gets behind this and helps out and makes it happen. Couldn't do it without them. Well, the events that have built up around the race, you know, they have a trivia night down at the Rialto Tavern on Thursday night. They've got a golf tournament, the St. John Golf and Country Club today called the Canuck Cup. We got the show and shine on Friday night down on Main Street. packs everyone on Main Street. One of the churches runs a shuttle bus from the campground here to Main Street so they can get people back and forth from camping to downtown. Well, after we have the award ceremony, there'll be a nice fireworks display. So basically it's turned into a whole weekend event.
Oh, I love it. I've been doing this for 12 years. I've been sponsoring Matt here at the slough. It's been wonderful, and I'm addicted. Great sport. You can't find anything better. Hard to remove the smile off my face. For a month before, I'm going crazy. Ask my employees.
Yes.
Nothing's more fun.
And I love the fact that you don't have to be like a motorhead or a NASCAR fan. Our fans get into it. We have fans from the ages of 2 to 92. And everybody loves sprint boat racing, and it's so much fun to watch. It's such a fast-paced sport where we have one boat after another. It is non-stop.
The cover picture on it has a little boy who is holding a worm. So if you have a kid that has a thing for worms and a photo of that is on your phone, that is now down at the Souvenir Shop. That is the main shop down there behind Vendor Row with all the souvenir gear. We also have in there apparently we have 2 Android phones. Also a black wallet that was left at the snow cone stand. If you were at the snow cone stand and you have a black wallet, now would be a good time to check your pockets for it. That is also in the phone, or in the souvenir stand. And somebody's credit card. So if you had a credit card out, you dropped it. Somebody did. So you might want to check and make sure that you have that. First aid station, of course, is open. It is the area down there with the 2 red canopies right at the end of Vendor Row. If you're getting warm and lightheaded, that would be a place to go. You get stung by a hornet, you're not feeling good. The first aid station is manned and staffed and ready for you to show up just in case something is going not well for you. So that is available at this point. Let's see. What else to mention here? Other than that, in a second here, we should be getting our safety crew back out as we get ready to get the 8 cut, the money rounds. These are the go fast or go home rounds, where we start with 8, half of them eliminated, then we go to 4, half of them eliminated, and then the final 2 race for first place. Reminder for you, after the racing tonight, after sunset, we're going to have live music out here, and you are invited to come on out and party with us here at Webb Slough. It's going to be up on the terraces right underneath this very top terrace where the announcer booth is at and where the other shipping container with the bar is at. They will have live music coming up, and I'm just going through my notes here. I'll let you know that that is going to be Sean Livingston and the Hammerheads. I believe they've played here before, right below the VIP garden. It is all ages. Come on out and party with us tonight. Do a little bit of dancing. A big thank you to Inland Empire Milling Company. They're family owned. They operate so many different things. They help the grain, seed, and feed business. with over a century of experience filling the needs of local farmers and ranchers and just the ag industry in general. And they help our local growers meet the needs of international buyers all around the globe. Inland Empire Milling are big race fans, and they want to thank you for supporting St. John. And they send a big thank you out to Matt and Amanda for providing a great menu for all of us to enjoy. And also they want to send out a thank you to the volunteers in the community that make St. John's such an awesome community. And they really are. This is such a great venue with the terraces. I mean, the grass here is way better than my lawn at home, and I don't have nearly as much of it to take care of. Give it up for Matt Webb and what he is able to do out here with the terraces. This looks just awesome. I see safety crew members. You know what that means? It means we're going to see boats here in a second. Give it up for the safety crew. They've been out there busy today. Give them a round of applause. They're out there right in the middle of the heat, running around and keeping our drivers safe, our navigators safe. Fortunately, we haven't had any huge wrecks today, and that is always a good thing. So we love the job that our island hoppers do, keeping everybody safe. As usual, when we get underway, we will start with the modifieds and then work our way to the unlimited class. In the eliminations, so the way this is going to start out in the modifieds, the first boat out. So we take the 8 fastest boats, and it goes from slowest to fastest of the 8 fastest. So boat 000, that is Phantom, Kalen Miller, and Taylor Catterberg. They're going to be coming out in the number 1 position. All right, so slowest to fastest. So they just made it into the 8 cut by about a half a second. Then boat 666, way she goes, followed by boat 95A. That is Earl the Squirrel Lathrop in the squirrel cage. Followed then by 95B with Levi Lathrop in the driver's seat. Same boat, so they'll get that boat, they'll race, they'll put it on the trailer. They're going to swap spots, and it comes out again. Then followed by boat 154, Purcell Racing, Jeff and Margaret Purcell. Boat 145, Poor Decisions, Jason Perkins and Denise Perkins, the husband-wife team that may or may not be selling the boat. Boat 69, Overkill, Dennis and Samantha Hughes, followed by the Slippery Pickle. By the way, the Slippery Pickle. So, the fastest time by Dennis Hughes and Overkill was 44.291 seconds. The fastest run by Slippery Pickle, 44.235. So 0.06 of a second separating their 2 fastest runs. This is going to be an epic showdown coming up in the modifieds. And then you got in the number 3 spot, 3rd fastest, would be Poor Decisions, Jason Perkins and Denise Perkins. So some great racing still to come, and anything can happen in the 8 cut. You get in a wreck, even though you got the fastest boat, you're out. Somebody takes your place. And our first boat, literally, first 2 boats in the water right now. So racing to come soon. So for our race officials, race director, spotters, timers, you're asked now, I'm hearing, to take your positions. And we're going to be racing here soon at Webb Slough.
All right. Everybody ready for more racing? Let's hear it. All right. We are going to do it. Timers are in their places. Spotters in their places. All we need now are boats. And boats are backing in and getting ready to rock and roll in this, the 8 cut. Everybody's had a chance now at this point to make several laps around the track today and make it into the 8 cut, so we're going to see them at their best and fastest. Coming up, everybody at this point has their lines going. They know what they need to do. They know what the weaknesses are. They know what their strengths are. They're going to do what they can to squeeze every last bit of horsepower out of these boats to slap down and throw down the fastest time that they can. It's all about going fast or going home. It is the eliminations here at Webb Slough. And we are getting ready to roll. All right, coming out, boat 000. It is Caleb Miller and Taylor Caterberg in the Phantom. Essentially a boat that was a planter out in the backyard. Kaylin, her husband, fought a lot, getting this thing water ready again after a number of years just literally sitting in a garden. Kaylin, a longtime navigator for her husband, Jesse Miller. He started off racing when he was just 15. And it's clean. So, looks like about a 53. We'll wait for the .495. So she, actually that was her fastest time today by just about 2 seconds. So good for her with a 53.495. 666 coming out. That is way she goes. Jeremy Sousa, Jesse Law, their best time was a 50.144 going back to the second qualifier. Jeremy's been at this for about a good 5 years. Family event for Jeremy and his clan coming out here en masse. He's got the green flag and he's off. Wide on the corner. And a DNF. So wrong turn for him and a self-elimination. So boat 666 out with a DNF. So 1 down. And that'll bring us to boat 95A. Earl the Squirrel Lathrop and Matt Lynch. So Earl Lathrop, Matt Lynch. So 1 elimination. Big thank you going out to Odom. Odom, of course, bringing the Coors and Coors Light out to the beer garden. Serving the cold Coors up. And a reminder, if you're going to be drinking and driving, don't drive home. Have a designated driver, or just stay out here and party with us for the night. So 195A. See this boat coming out twice. At this point, Earl Lathrop in the driver's seat. So they're on a swap. When this boat comes out, hanging a wide on that corner, grabbing a little bit of bank. Just a couple more turns and he's going to have it done. All right, now the hard charge for home, and it's good. Clean run. Yeah, that's the way to put on a show. So he gets a time of 49.716, but he gets a 9.8 on the dismount. Entertaining run by Earl the Squirrel. So they're going to do a hot swap right now. While that boat is literally on the ramp, Earl Lathrop, Matt Lynch are going to jump out, and jumping in will be Levi Lathrop and Michelle Hendel. So as the saying goes, there's going to be a short pause as they swap seats. Probably put a little fuel in it. A lot of times they just put as much fuel in as they need to keep the weight down. So it'll take a few seconds for them to pull that off. A big thank you to Gateway Materials and Trailers, your one-stop anything metal shop, steel, aluminum, stainless steel, CNC cutting, fabrication. You need trailers, you need goosenecks, they got you covered. Locally owned and operated in Lewiston, Idaho for over 30 years. A very big and special thank you to Davenport and Odessa Napa. So they bring a trailer out here for the races, and it's loaded with stuff that are commonalities and points of failure in these boats with parts so that they can keep them in the water, as well as tools and things like that. So they're out here for a couple of reasons. Number one, keep the boats running, and number two, to give you a chance to kind of go in and see some of the stuff that they have to offer. They're located right down there in Vendor Row, It is Davenport and Odessa Napa, and we appreciate them being here. We also appreciate All Sport. Man, they have been here for so long. Probably one of our longest running sponsors. Where if you're looking for street bikes, dirt bikes, ATVs, UTVs, snowmobiles, scooters, personal watercraft, generators, you name it, all the names, Polaris, Indian. And I dig the Indian Scouts. I gotta say, they are the coolest looking modern retro bike. They have Yamahas, BRP, Hondas, KTM, all under one roof. You're looking for a dirt bike, you're looking for a street bike, you're looking for a snowmobile, you're gonna find it. And the nice thing is, all of their inventory, both new and used, right there on the website, allsportracing.com. So check them out in Coeur d'Alene and also in Spokane. Also, thank you to ILF Media. They are doing the live stream. And we appreciate all the work. They're out here a couple of days in advance setting up everything for our live stream, which is just awesome. So we thank them for that. L&M Truck Sales brings you this round of the eliminations, the 8 cut. L&M Truck Sales has been at this for a long time. They have sold literally hundreds of grain trucks and farm trucks to communities like St. John, Endicott, Rosalia, all the surrounding areas. Everything from farm trucks to water trucks, truck-mounted cranes, dump trucks. A lot of the United States Forest Service firefighters use their trucks. And they do rental trucks, too, for contractors, farmers, utility companies. They can hook you up. Okay. So, looks like 195B has made the switch. And this time, Levi Lathrop and Michelle Heindel doing it together. We've already had one elimination, and that was a self-elimination with boat 666. So get that boat started here in a second. Like I said, a little refueling, swapping seats, swapping drivers, navigators, and just waiting for things to be cleared. You can hear the warming up going on right now. At least somebody is. That looks like River Rogers' boat. He won't be out for a while. So they're doing a little bit of tweaking, which is really common. Got that long lunch break. Everybody's over there checking everything. Going through, making adjustments. In particular, making adjustments to the fuel system. As things get hotter, they change the kind of the way that whether it's lean, running lean or not, or leaner, elevation has something to do with that too. So we just got a public service announcement from the ambulance crew, and they're saying, you know, here's a reminder to you over there in the beer garden. stay hydrated with more than just beer, maybe with some water. Because when you fall down and smash your head, it takes our emergency crews over to where you're at, as opposed to being over here where the boats are at. And that means we have to pause things. So apparently we have been waiting because somebody had just a wee bit too much and ate it. So don't eat it. Just don't do that. And see, the thing is, they're not going to remember what happened during the race, and that's just what happened at the race. I don't know. I think I was there. 95B on the water. All right, back to racing. Back to the other crazy stuff. I didn't realize this before. They have a stuffed animal on the dashboard. Hung it up. He's not making any huge mistakes, but he's making a lot of little ones, being aggressive, and it's bleeding time. And it's clean. So he gets the clean run. There were a couple of times where he's grabbing banks, and that 49.119. 49. Actually, make that. I'm going to correct. 49.199. So 49.199. And that means the 154 Purcell Racing will roll it in. All right. Next up, 154. And he gets it. Clean. Crisp and clean like a cold beer on a bad day. 50.070. That is 50.070. All right, on the bubble, boat 000. Anything better than a 53.495, and boat 000 is eliminated. So on the bubble, Kalen Miller and Taylor Caterberg in Phantom. They're sitting on the bubble. One boat already eliminated, self-eliminated, 666. DNF with boat 145. Warming up and on the water. Poor decisions, Jason and Denise Perkins. Their best run was a 46.138. And they back in. So it's bubble time for 000. Like I said, anything better than a 53.495, and they're out. Here we go. 45.872, and that means 000 is gone. So 000 out of it. She had a 53.495, and she has now been eliminated. Sitting on the bubble, boat 154 that we just saw out here, Purcell Racing. They had a 50.070. So we had two boats, 95A and B, both coming in at 49 and change. 49A with a 49.716. And then a 49.199. 69 overkill. Dennis and Samantha Hughes. Their best was a 44.291, and they are off. Oh, something's not good. It sounded like something popped. Oh, bummer. DNF. And that's racing. They came around that final corner and just going through the center, and you heard, I heard something pop. And that was it. So they're going to get the walkout, and that is the end of the day of racing for them. So, but 154 on the bubble survives for at least one more run with a 50.070. So at this point, with only one boat left, it means that boat 95, both A and B are going to make it in the four-cut. So that's one of those mathematical, high-level algebra things that we did there. But, yeah, they make it in. So congratulations to the Squirrel Cage, 195 A and B. B being Levi Lathrop and Michelle Heindel, and of course Earl Lathrop and Matt Lynch. So boat 69 takes the perp walk. And boat 611, the Slippery Pickle, with Jess Denton and Jason Christ on the way next. Sprint Boat Racing brought to you by Northwest Ford Stores. Your Northwest Ford dealer is a proud sponsor of Webb Slough. They've got their Northwest Ford dealers booth right up there by the front gate. Go see the Bronco Badlands and the very cool F350 Super Duty Tremor. 500 pounds of horsepower, or 500 horsepower, 1,200 pound-feet of torque. It will tow just about anything. So whether you're doing some working or you want to do some playing, your local Ford dealer, they've got you covered. Stop by and see them up front. Also, Out West Wines and Ciders, they sat down with Amanda of Webb Slough and put together 2 Webb Slough wines. Six Island Chardonnay and Rip Roar Red. You can get glass pours in the beer gardens today. All right, here comes Slippery Pickle. The Pickle. It's Pickle Rick. Boat 611. Anything better than a 50.07 in boat 154 is gone. And they have been running well under 50 seconds all day long. Fun and done. Nice and clean. They didn't even really have to push it on that run, and they really didn't. 45.995. So, out of it is boat 154 eliminated. So boat 95 A and B both make it into the 4-cut. And incidentally, 145, poor decisions. Jason Perkin and Denise Perkins will be the last boat out in the 4-cut. They actually won that particular series by about a second. And so when they come out, they will be the last out in the 4-cut. Boat 21 now. We move into the 400 class. And the first boat out is 21. Guano Loco, Larry Steele, Sammy McKinney. They're coming out first. Okay, they had the clock that was still running, and Guano Loco was just kind of trolling around there, and they went back to the trailer. Clock's now stopped. So they come back off the trailer for a second time with a green flag out. And it's time to get to work. Back end broke loose. And looks good, looks better. Perfect, clean run. .099. Not their fastest run today, but good enough. So boat 85 on the way. That is Nuckin Butts, Brad Castle, and Dakota Hembach. Still waiting for boat 85 to make it off the trailer. All right, they get the push off the trailer. Good. Clean run. .864. 46.864. So boat 85, Brad Castle, Dakota Nuckin Futz. It's the 46.864. Pat Buddy, Jesse Miller, and Kaylin Miller coming up. Kaylin, of course, eliminated in the 8 cut just a little bit ago. Coming back out to do it again with her husband in the driver's seat in boat 09, Pat Buddy. Here we go. literally, they just got this boat, the hull, welded together this week. Jesse built it himself. Managed to get the great primer on it. This race, the first time they've even had a chance to get it in the water. And it's good. Clean run. He just barely brings it in under 44 seconds. Or under 45 seconds, I meant to say. 44.958. 44.958. And 156 out next. Boat 9, 44.958. Boat 156, the bad influence boat. Racing brought to you by Star Rentals. When time is money, you need to be able to depend on them. They've been doing it for over 100 years. Star Rentals, the oldest, largest, most reliable independent rental company in the Pacific Northwest, bringing you the 8 cut and boat 156. It's good. Clean. And scraping the bank all the way out. So they had a time of 43.420. 43.420 for boat 156. Right now, boat 21. Loco Guano Loco on the bubble. Anything better than a 48.099 and their day of racing is done. Guaranteed at this point to make it in would be boat 09 and boat 156. So boat 180 in off the trailer. Eric Werner, Jennifer Farmer, Jolly Rogers 180. It's really been a race all day between boat 180 and boat 27 between Eric Werner and Leighton Lilly. Here we go. I don't think you can get much smoother than that. It's good. Very smooth. Looks like 41.234. So boat 21 Guano Loco is out. Boat 85 right now on the bubble. Nuck and Futz, Brad Castle, Dakota Hembach. They sit on the bubble. Anything better than a 46.86, and they're done. So boat 9, boat 156, boat 180. Regardless of what happens, they will move on into the 4 cut. As our last boat out will be Preventing Insanity. 120 or boat 27. And boat 27 on the water. And the track is hot. All right, it's good. Nicely done by Leighton Lilly, boat 27, 41.152. 41.152. Less than a tenth of a second separating boat 180 and boat 27 in terms of time. Boat 85 now is eliminated. That is Nuck and Futz. It is out of here. So when we get into the 4 cut, first out in the 400 class, it will be boat 09, Fat Buddy, boat 156, Bad Influence, followed by boat 180, Jolly Rogers, and boat 27, Preventing Insanity. So boat 36. Now we are in the super boats. Okay, and somebody said wave them off. Not sure why. .36, Bad Habit. In terms of smoothness, this is probably his best run in terms of just the technical stuff. And looking good. And it is a clean run. And his best run on the day, with a time of 45.293. So he did everything he could possibly do right. Got his best time on the day in the 8 cut. And lays down a 45.293. So, all in all, a very well done run by Scott Rapp, the driver. He cut well over a second off from his fastest run, which actually went all the way back to the 3rd qualifier. So a great run by him as boat 219 gets ready to take the track. And that is Instant Velocity with Kyle St. Ange and Sean DeHart. So he's got the flag. Clean. Oh my. So this is going to be very close to the time that 36 put down. So the difference between both 36 and 219 in terms of time, 0.03 of a second. Boat 219 with a 45.290. Boat 36 had a 45.293. That's tight. And boat 111M getting ready to come out. Poison Ivy. All right, boat 111 off the trailer. Their best time was a 41.968. Oh! Honestly, considering where that's at, coming out of a straightaway as fast as they were, that could have been so much worse. So a DNF. So their day is done. Still 3 boats left to go. So they get them pushed out. Timmy! Tugboat Timmy, the speed demon. One year, we almost convinced Tugboat Timmy to do the actual rotation. All right, so they'll get towed off. Another self-elimination. So just to kind of recap, coming up in the four-cut in the modifieds, first boat out is going to be 95B. So 95B and 95A, same boat, tag teamed by two different crews. So 95B first out with Levi Lathrop and Michelle Heindel, followed by, they'll do a hot swap literally on the launch. Then Earl Lathrop and Matt Lynch will come out in the same boat. They'll be followed by boat 611, which is Slippery Pickle, Jess Denton and Jason Christ. And then boat 145, Poor Decisions, Jason and Denise Perkins. In the A400 class, in our four-cut, boat 09, Fat Buddy, Jesse and Kaylin Miller. Then 156, Bad Influence, Stephen and Randy Church. And 180, which is Eric Werner and Jennifer Farmer. And then finally, following them will be boat 27 with Leighton Lilly and Cody Bristling. So about 0.08 of a second separated the times in the 400 class. 41.234 for Eric Werner and a 41.152 for Leighton Lilly. Always close times when it comes down to it in the 400 class. So that's going to be a great race shaping up in the four-cut there. So boat 111, we'll get them on the trailer. And we are going to see 907, the Jolly Rogers boat, with Eric Werner once again. No, 95B, then 95A. No, you're right. 95A, then 95B. I'm sorry, that was my mistake. All right, 907 coming out. I take another. Okay, Jolly Rogers, 907. Former fighter pilot, current airline pilot. And today, a sprint boat racer. That boat does scoot when he puts his foot in it on those straightaways. It's quick. Get on it, Eric. Yes! Clean run. .382. 40.382. And that is his fastest time on the water today in the Superboats. And doing a quick
quick once over. Yeah, in the Superboats, that's definitely his best. He only had actually one run, which was a 41.613. That is second fastest boat on the course in the unlimited class today. So that boat has scooped. And the question is, we've only really seen it just run. What, that's our second time watching it? Had a DNF in the second qualifier. Didn't start in the Q1. Decided he was going to skip the Q4. So it's kind of an unknown of how much more he may have in boat 907. I don't think he had his foot all the way in it. And of course, the growling and snarling is coming from a supercharged Ford, and that is boat 43M, the meaner machine, with Richard Murray at the controls of that rocket ship, with David Eliason in the co-pilot's chair. God, that sounds cool. Oh no! Wrong turn. Ah, DNF. I'm impressed he hung on to it. That could have been nasty. Even though it was the wrong turn, he didn't do what he meant to. That was good driving there to prevent a really gnarly wreck. So kudos to him for hanging on to that. That could have been way worse. And I think you know what that leaves us with. And that is River Rogers in boat 285, Pure Insanity. So at this point, boat 36, boat 219, and boat 907 are going to be running again in the unlimited class. 111M, DNF out of the water. Boat 43M, DNF on a wrong turn. All right, River Rogers.
And if I'm not mistaken, .37.248, and that is his fastest time today and the fastest run today. So with a little work, I think that boat becomes a time machine. Okay, so boat 36, 219, 907, and 285 make it into the four-cut. They will come out as well in that order. What I'm really interested in seeing at this point is how much of 907 is being left under the pedal. I've watched Eric race enough years to know that he doesn't always show his full hand. So I kind of have a sneaking suspicion he's got more. All right. This is boat 95A. Boat 95A. 95A is Earl Lathrop and Matt Lynch. Clean run. .304. And so we're going to have a bit of a short stop here. A little bit of a pit stop because now everybody in the boat gets out and a whole new crew gets in. And likely adding a little bit of fuel in there. A lot of times they just put in as much fuel as they need to make the run to keep everything as light as possible. So could take a couple, 3, 4, 5 minutes here for them to do the hot swap with the drivers and the like. As boat 611 sits there and waits. I want to thank our Jeep Club members out there, by the way. They're doing all the work today, getting the boats in and out of the launch, getting them back to their particular locations in the pits. By the way, if you are going to be out there in the pits, a reminder, no smoking in the pits. And coming up, your four-cut brought to you by R&R RV Centers. If you're looking for something new or used in terms of an RV, a trailer, a fifth wheel, you name it, well, they're ready for you right now. 70 service bays to keep everybody rolling. 3 locations, Liberty Lake, North Spokane, and lovely Lewiston. It is R&R RV, where they say, let's go make memories. They've got new and used trailers, classes A's, B's, and C's, all priced to move. They don't just sell RVs, they fuel your passion for adventure. Big thank you to Wilbur Ellis. They work with communities like St. John, all the ag and rural communities around here, providing premier agricultural products and services. They've got a network of local experts that deliver the kind of solutions that every grower needs, and they're family owned. They've been at it for over 99 years. It's Wilbur Ellis, ideas to grow with. All right. The fire drill is over. 95B is in the water. All right. So 95B. Interesting, we've got boat 95 is now on a 5-minute clock. They have no power to the starter. So they will bring out boat 611. Question is, do they get 95 running with a jump start? And now they're back in the water. Psych. Okay, here it comes. So boat 95 definitely has a fan base down here. I like it. Driver navigator fist bump. Time to roll. And he heads for home. It is clean and not exactly his best. He made a number of mistakes out there, hanging up on banks, and it cost him in terms of time. 50.299. So 195B, which had been kind of consistently running faster than 95A, now finds itself kind of behind the 8 ball because only 2 of these boats are going to make it out.
This is the 4-cut. The 2 fastest boats make it out. And that puts 95B right now literally on the bubble. As boat 611, the Slippery Pickle, gets ready to rock and roll. On the bubble, 95B, and clean. That was a hot run for our paddle friends. 44.641. 44.641. So boat 95B eliminated. So our last boat out, 145. Anything better than a 49.304. And 95A is out. So that is the time to beat for 145. Poor decisions. Taking a look at the Slippery Pickle runs. Their best was a 44.235. So they're about 0.4 of a second off that run. So 145, poor decisions. Has the chance to move on to the finals and completely eliminate boat 95. Clean run. All right, 46.082. 46.082. So 95 is out. Your finals will be between boat 611 and 145. Boat 145, the poor decisions boat, will come out first, followed by boat 611, the Slippery Pickle. And now the 400 class, ready to roll. Boat 09 will start things off, the Fat Buddy boat with Jesse and Kaylin Miller.
Boat 9 on the water. It's good. Clean run. .352. 44.352. And that will get us to boat 156. So boat 9, Bat Buddies, roll in with a 44.352, which was their fastest run on the day. And boat 156, Bad Influence, Stephen and Randy Church, they are on the water. Their fastest was a 43.5. Oh, that just cost him the forecut. And if it didn't before, it just did then. Yeah, he's just sort of lost his will to drive, I think, at this point. That is unfortunate. Clean run. I mean, all things considered, he finished. So 46.785. And that is his slowest run the entire day by a lot. So 180. Now, Jolly Rogers, Eric Werner, Jennifer Farmer, ready to come out. About 156, sitting on that bubble. Another great smooth run. It's good. So 40.71. 40.711. Not as fast as today, but more than enough to essentially eliminate boat 156. And depending on what boat 27 does, it's still faster than boat 09. So regardless, boat 180 will make it into the finals. The question at this point is, who will he take on? Will he take on Leighton Lilly and Preventing Insanity in boat 27? We're about to find out. Or would he be taking on boat 09? So boat 156 officially eliminated. On the bubble, boat 09, Fat Buddy, Jesse Miller, and Kalen Miller. With Leighton Lilly in the pool. It's good. Clean run. And goodbye, boat 09. .748. Yeah, 300ths of a second between boat 180 and boat 27. So when they come out, boat 27 in the finals in the 400s will come out first, followed by boat 180. This has been a duel and a dogfight all day long between Eric Werner, Leighton Lilly, boat 180, and boat 27. So we've got a great final coming up there. You have 300ths of a second separating times. That's going to be a good race. Boat 36. Now we get into the unlimited class, the super boats. Boat 36. So boat 36, Bad Habit, Scott Rapp, Keith Brownsberger. Literally, their last run was their fastest on the day. Clean run. And I think they just had another fastest run for them of the day. 44.388. 44.388. Their best run today. So 44.388 for boat 36, Scott Rapp and Keith Brownsberger. With boat 219 on the way, Instant Velocity, Kyle St. Onge and Sean DeHart. Interestingly, they topped out in the third qualifier with a 44.858. So we'll see what they're capable of bringing to the table. By the way, if you haven't tried the Beast yet, well, change that. Monster Brewing took your favorite flavors, made them hard, dropped the caffeine, 6% alcohol, and smooth. For a sip will make you a believer. Available in both of the beer gardens. They bring you racing out here at Webb Slough today. 219. Takes to the water. Instant velocity. Clean run. And congratulations to 219. 43.930, fastest run for them today. That'll bring us to boat 907. Jolly Rogers, Eric Werner, and Jennifer Farmer. All right, track is hot. Clean run. And he brings it in under 40, 39.23. $39.231. So the only other boat to bring it in under 40, of course, River Rogers. As I said earlier, I had a sneaking suspicion he has more in this boat than he's showing us. he's not afraid to play a little bit of competitive chess. This could be a great finals. I think it will be. All right, so boat 36 eliminated. Boat 219 on the bubble. River Rogers, who's been running the best times today, on the way. Anything better than a 43.9, he makes it in. Of course, he's been running well under 40 seconds all day long. Done. It's super clean. And another 37 and change run. 37.254. So your final in the unlimited class, the super boats. Between boat 907, Eric Werner, and boat 285, River Rogers. So Eric Werner finds himself in two finals, in the Superboat and in the 400 class. But first, we have a duel, and that is going to be in the modifieds, our finals. Boat 145 and boat 611. Boat 145 will come out first, Jason Perkins and Denise Perkins. Pretty cool for her, first time she's ever navigated. Jason's wife, first time she's ever had a chance to ride in the boat, and her first race, and look at her, she's in the finals. So fun racing for her. Definitely a great way to start things off. This boat may or may not be up for sale. All right. Poor decisions. Third here in June. And he's good. Clean run. Time is 45.275. So 45.275 as 211, or about 611. Yeah. Boat 611. All right. It's a slippery pickle. The big Hurricane Gherkin. The dill with a will. What I love about his style is he's not necessarily the smoothest, but man, is he aggressive as a driver. I mean, he drives that thing like he's mad. Clean run. And 44.445. That is your modified champion. Give it up. Jesse Denton, Jason Christ. Driving that boat like he borrowed it from work. Nice day of racing. Awesome day of racing. So, congratulations. And so the idea is to hose down all of the safety crew, which they're happy about. Way to go. Nicely done. So they took second in our first race here at Webb Slough back in June. Kind of interesting. Overkill was first back in June. They were eliminated. Slippery Pickle, that was second in June, is now our champion. And the third place in June was Poor Decisions, 145, and they took second. One moved out, the other two moved up. So congratulations to both, of course, Jess Denton, Jason Christ, and Boat 611 for winning the day in the modifieds. And a congratulations to Boat 145, Jason and Denise Perkins, moving up in the world. All right, that'll get us to the 400s. And this is going to be a fun race. We have Boat 27. And Boat 180, 27, Leighton Lilly and Cody Brislin, Preventing Insanity. It'll be coming out first. They will be followed by Boat 180, which of course is Eric Werner and Jennifer Farmer. Very little, only 0.03 of a second separating their times in the last run. So tight racing. And Boat 27, Leighton Lilly as the driver, Preventing Insanity, will be the first to strike. And by the way, if you haven't had a Slough Brew, I suggest you try them. And Leighton Lilly working the program. love the way he puts the tip of the boat right on the point. And he charges hard for home. Everything is fine so far. It's good. Hot run, almost brought it in under 40 seconds, so very close. A time of 40.025. 40.025. And that was his fastest run today. So Leighton Lilly saving his best for last. His best time today, so close to bringing it in under 40 seconds. And that brings us to boat 180. Leighton has been around for sprint boat racing, I think, going on 3 years. Taking on a guy that's been around for more like 15 or 16 years, who is more than happy not to show his cards until he absolutely has to. Does he have more? He hasn't gotten anything close to 40.025. He's been within 0.4 of a second. His navigator is fired up. Fist pumping and clapping as they come up out of the launch. All right, we're racing. It's going to be close. 39. Clean run, and it looks like he barely missed it. 40.77. We'll wait for the timer to call it officially. Congratulations to boat 27. Leighton Lilly wins it. 40.770 for Eric Werner. Leighton Lilly and Cody Brislin will take the checkered flag for a well-earned run as soon as they get the boat started. We got a wrestling match going on down here? Okay, I thought it was like MMA we had going here or something. Anything you want to say, Amanda? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, a public service announcement from Amanda Webb.
Not a public service announcement. A giant thank you to all of our SLU fans. Thank you so much for coming out today. I know it's been a hot one. We appreciate you sticking it out and enjoying St. John this weekend. I want to thank all of our race officials, our SLU crew volunteers all over the SLU. It takes over 100 to put on this race. Thank you so much to the world's best sprint boat teams. We love you guys. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to all our EMS and sheriffs and state patrol. Stay safe and come back and see us next year, June 20th, August 29th. We love you guys. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Okay. No? Thank you. All right. Are we going to see Leighton out here take the... yeah, here we go. So he gets to take the traditional lap. And one race left to go. And Eric Werner, will he be the bridesmaid all day? Or does he have something left under the hood to take on a guy that has not lost in the unlimited class all season long, which is River Rogers? River and Cole Keats literally tearing it up all season long. Nicely done. A little cookie there. Okay, we still have waiting for our unlimited class boats to get down here. Not sure what the holdup is. Looks like we do have 907. Okay. One of our boats making it down. And it looks like, yep, boat 285, Pure Insanity. Your Northwest Ford dealership, in part, brings you our finalists here in the unlimited class. They're located over by the front gate. Check out their Bronco Badlands and the Ford F-350 Super Duty Trimmer, 500 horsepower and 1,200 pound-feet of torque. It can pull just about anything. When you want to work, you want to play, your Ford dealer has got you covered. Since going back to 1991, R&R RV has been your Inland Northwest RV headquarters, and if you need service, they have 70-plus bays ready to keep you on the road. And if you need to upgrade, well, yeah, they've got new and used trailers and fifth-wheelers, Class A's, B's, and C's, priced to move. 3 locations, Liberty Lake, North Spokane, and Lewiston. They don't just sell RVs, they fuel your passion for adventure. So get out there and make memories that last a lifetime with R&R RV. All Sport also brings you the finals. All Sport serving Spokane and Coeur d'Alene going back to 1984. Want a motorcycle? That's where to go. They got your Indians. They got the Yamaha, the Hondas, the KTMs, both dirt and street bikes all under one roof. Check them out. Spokane and Coeur d'Alene. Go to allsportracing.com to see all the new and used models that they have in stock. All right, here we go. Final 2 boats. Boat 907, Eric Werner, Jolly Rogers. Unlimited class. Let's see what he's got. is actually going really fast. His boat is so quiet it doesn't seem like it. 39.09. So 39.097. Boat 285. Pure insanity. Looks like they stalled over there in the spin-out pool. Hard to tell from up here because they're behind the bales, but looking at the live stream, they're getting the push out with Tugboat Timmy and an anonymous person. So the tension gets to build a little bit. And Pure Insanity powered up. Pulse powered. Don't forget tonight, after sundown, we're going to have some live music right up here on the third terrace. Live music. Everybody is invited. Feel free to come over and join us as Steve Livingston and the Hammerheads throw down. All right, here we go. Final run. 285. So our time looks to be 37.331. Congratulations, River Rogers. Your undefeated streak this year continues. River Rogers has won. Boat 285. Doing it again. 20 years old. Want to thank everybody for coming out. Don't forget, if you are going to be driving home and you have had a little to drink, don't forget your Whitman County Sheriffs, your Washington State Police. They are all going to be out there, all routes, leaving St. John. If you are going to be taking off and you've had a few to drink, make sure you have a designated driver. Otherwise, the party's starting. Probably back at your campsite, over in the beer garden. Other areas will have live music, of course. It's going to be coming up just at sundown tonight up here on the third terrace, which everybody's invited to. Don't forget, we do have breakfast tomorrow morning starting at 8 o'clock. That will be provided by Mad Fire Kitchen. They're going to have all sorts of stuff for breakfast tomorrow morning starting at 8 o'clock if you don't want to cook tomorrow. While you're on your way out, stop by the vendor booths and support your favorite racers. You've got Guano Loco Racing over there, Nuck and Futz Racing, Overkill, Monkey Business, Preventing Insanity, Pure Insanity is over there. Wreck for the Fallen, Slippery Pickle Racing. Usually Jolly Rogers has something over there. Not sure if they do or not. But again, help support the racers and look forward to seeing you next year. Our 20th anniversary season. First race next year, June 20th, followed by August 29th. We would love nothing more than to see you here at Webb Slough for that. Have a safe evening, have a fun evening, and thanks for coming and playing here in lovely St. John, Oregon, Washington, and of course, Webb Slough. Yeah, I know what state I'm in. Sometimes. By the way, David Hammond, if you're still here, you won the raffle for the metal print of Webb Slough. Big thank you to Jeff Halstead and everybody who purchased a raffle ticket to support the St. John Fire Department, manned and staffed by volunteers. So David Hammond, stop by, of course, the Slough Veneer Shop, and we have swag for you.